it to maintenance.
Regular meeting of the San Clemente City Council, October the 4th, 2022. This is close. We're preparing to go to closed session. City Clerk, we have comment cards before we go to closed session.
Yes, the first card is from Brad Malamud concerning closed session item A.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. This is an unusual meeting at 3 o'clock. Item A is a closed session item which Mr. Joyce told me was, quote, with regard to the city attorney review, the matter in the first item on tomorrow's closed session agenda. This item cannot be held in closed session. There's no provision of the government code that allows it. And it's set in closed session even though the motion, it's not actually motion, but 3 people approved an open session and a closed session. So they should be able to be held today, but they didn't agendize the open session. In fact, it was moved to 4 weeks from now, so the council can't really take any action because 3 of the members, or at least 3 of the positions, are up for election. But this is from the Councilmember No Block in support of motion by James and Councilmember Ferguson, agendized a review of Best and Krieger's contract in both open and closed session. So this is a contract review. That's all that was asked to be agendized. If you would review Government Code Section 54957, and for the public, I sent a copy of that code section and an 8-page letter to all the council members. Unfortunately, it was like 12:45, but it took me a while to write it. That code section does not allow this meeting to be held. So under that code section, you cannot do this. Furthermore, BB&K is not a person, it's an entity, so it can never qualify under that code section. But regardless, even Scott Smith doesn't qualify if it's a contract review. That's a vendor invoice or vendor problem. And Kathy can shake her head all she wants, it simply doesn't qualify. Mr. Smith cannot attend that meeting. Mr. Smith, the city attorney, is required by conflict of interest rules to recuse himself in any case, any matter involving his firm's contract or his work. So in that case, the speaker's not working now, but in that case, he can't attend that meeting or be present at that meeting, nor can anybody else from BB&K. So I'm asking Mr. Smith to recuse himself as soon as I'm done talking, and for that item not to go forward unless the city attorney, and again, he has a conflict of interest on this issue, explains where he qualifies under Government Code Section 54957, and since I won't be able to respond to him unless the council member asks me, I provided it for you so you can see there's just no possibility that this item is properly agendized and under the Browning Act can be held tonight. And you guys shouldn't force the citizens to sue the city for violating the Brown Act and allow Scott Smith to run over you guys with items that simply can't be held. I also want to state this is an absolute lack of transparency. The item was agendized due to the motion and or whatever procedure of 3 council members, and nowhere does that say that on that item. It just says title, city attorney. Why no transparency? The city claims that it has transparency. It's in the website. And yet this new city interim manager who didn't tell the city about his vacation, or at least 3 of the council members, who didn't talk about the incident he had with the car accident, he says that, well, that's how I'm going to describe it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one more card.
And the next card is concerning closed session item B, Brad Malamud.
I will be very short. For all the same reasons, that item can't be heard either. Mr. Smith has to recuse himself, and Mayor, I ask you to ask him to recuse himself so it's on the record, and I ask you to ask him the basis for it so it's on the record, because if you go into a meeting without getting it done in public, you're violating California law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to follow up on that a little bit. I'm confused on the need, whether there's a requirement to have this item in closed session. The city attorney is not an employee. I think Brad makes a good point there. So maybe the city attorney could comment on that?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. The discussions that you set for the agenda have been agendized appropriately. I can explain how and why, but the assistance to the city, so I wasn't involved, was provided by outside counsel Claire Collins, and so she reviewed your tapes of your meeting and the minutes of your meeting, and this is how she set the table. The government code provides explicitly that individuals or contract providers serving in the role of city officials, like the city attorney and the city manager, can be considered under the Brown Act as if they were civil service employees. So the government code specifically allows what Mr. Malamed says is prohibited.
You said it can be or required to be?
Well, it's not required to be, but I'd just like to offer with due respect, as a city attorney who's being evaluated, is that there are interests of privacy and performance in your good name that we think the Fifth Amendment and the First Amendment suggest ought to warrant a closed session, and would urge that you do at least preliminarily this work in that venue. In other words, contract employees have privacy interests and interests in their good name that suggests, and I don't know what you're going to talk about, but suggests that ought to be considered privately before publicly.
I guess my concern is that we have had, when we discussed, let's say, for example, the tree trimming business, that was a contract, a relatively small contract of $300,000 or $400,000 compared with the 8 or 9, 10 million that this firm has received in the last few years. I have no objection with discussing whatever we need to discuss in public, and I think unless we're required to meet in closed session, my inclination would be to be open and transparent for the community to have whatever discussion we need to have publicly.
Councilmember
I have
Ferguson.
some comments. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so two things. Just want to make a statement. Closed session A, item A, and item B aren't both attorney review. Item A is performance evaluation. Item B is not transparent. It's not complying with disclosure. We talked about the legal review of the contract at the meeting in which Councilmember Knobloch recommended that be placed on the agenda. Mayor James seconded, and I made a third, so we can have an agenda report for this meeting. It's not agendized on the public session. There was an agreement to have a closed session as well at that meeting. The minutes communicate that. But two things. One, for the city attorney, why didn't you spell out what we publicly stated would be discussed is legal services contract review? That would have been transparent for people to know what item B was and to come to the meeting and speak on it.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. As I said a minute ago, I didn't write these agenda descriptions. The council deliberations about them was provided to outside counsel who gave you these descriptions.
Okay, and then city manager, how come the public portion of this item in which 3 members of council agendized is not on tonight's agenda and is being pushed to after the election, November 15th meeting?
No date has been set for when that would occur. It was contemplated and determined to have you meet in closed session to have as a candid conversation as the material leads you, and that would facilitate a public item to be scheduled at your convenience.
Okay, so page 9 of 10 of the agenda tonight says November 15, 2022 will be the agendizing for the future meeting, review of Best and Krieger contract. So who determined to push this council's decision to have this reviewed at this meeting to be 2 meetings after tonight's meeting? Actually, that would be a 3rd meeting from tonight and after the election.
I don't remember the determination of that date specifically. Your meeting tonight can determine when next you talk about this item and at an open session.
Okay, well, all right, so this just happened, maybe staff did it, maybe city clerk, do you know who may have determined this date that's been published on tonight's agenda, meeting agenda? Came from someone.
Yeah, I'm responding. When staff sets the agenda with the city manager following a city council meeting, we typically discuss items that are coming up on future agenda, the next month or two, and this is just a tentative schedule to let council and the public know that it is in the hopper. It's not a date certain, so that date could definitely be changed. This is
So
just,
city clerk's office put this date down?
We
Okay, but it
pro-
was never to be in the hopper. It was to be on tonight's agenda for the public to speak on
it-
and for us to address. This is very pertinent, and it's really unfortunate that games are being played. I think it's purely political, and I'm just continue to be shocked at what happens in this council, even 4 years later. But it is what it is. It looks like, Scott, are you going to be recusing tonight from the second item?
Yeah, that'll be for the council to deliberate, yes.
I believe, let me ask a question, a couple questions. City Clerk, is there anything precludes us from doing this at the next meeting?
no, absolutely not.
Let's do that. Well, council, you agree this should be,
Which
We'll
item is
determine
that
that.
at the next meeting?
We'll
The-
determine that after our discussion,
Contract review.
okay. Well,
right?
Well, yes, a question, I just want to make sure I understand the question. Is it what,
the open session piece of reviewing the BB&K contract. I think that should be next meeting, regardless of what we, and then city attorney, as I understand it, at this point, you will recuse yourself from items A, B, and C, is that correct?
No, not A. The council asked that I participate in talking to you about workflow and management of cases pending.
Okay.
I think that was
B
part
and
of the
C?
point. Yeah. Well, C, if you don't, C's up to you. I can advise you on that
Okay.
appointment. if
I'm
you
just
desire.
asking your opinion.
Yeah,
on
thank
that.
you. No, A is my evaluation, so city attorneys
Like
are
that's-
always in their own evaluations. B, no, C, yes. That's what I contemplated, Mayor.
Okay, that's very good.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I've heard it a couple times that even a statement by Councilmember Ferguson that it's after the election, November 15th. We are all duly elected city council members until someone else is sworn in behind us. So that is the first meeting in December. If anything happens to that election and it doesn't come that first meeting, we are still duly elected city council members making decisions for the city of San Clemente. There's no such thing as a lame duck at this level of government. It keeps getting stated that, but we're all still the honorable city council until
I
that
agree.
happens.
I agree. Are you suggesting you might do a Mission Viejo thing and extend your term? I'm just asking.
No.
Okay, have we beat this to death, or we have anything else?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The item that we discussed last week, or last meeting to have 3 members, was the discussion of, if my memory serves me right, regarding allegation made by a public member concerning who was sitting as the city attorney. It was Scott, then his replacement, and then a third person. And I think I suggested that we look into that, and it was agendized to be discussed. So is that the item number 1 that we're going to be talking about? It's recommended in closed session?
No. I don't believe it is.
So this is just an evaluation, a generic evaluation.
Item A, yes.
Okay, and item B is what?
Legal services contract.
Is that the contract, the discussion regarding that one issue of who the city attorney was, and was it authorized and so forth, the item that was agendized, is that?
I don't think it precludes you, Councilmember, from talking about that, but these questions you could ask anytime that we're talking about the contract,
So-
which we
so-
are not doing at
I'm
this
trying
time.
to understand what we've agendized.
As it's noticed, it allows you to have a broad discussion that allows you to speak as your interests wish, and then certainly at a future council meeting, you can have a public discussion based on what you might conclude or what you might be more curious about that comes from tonight's meeting.
I have no problem with having a public discussion anytime. I guess I'm just trying to understand the sequencing of the agenda.
Well,
And what we're going to be discussing. This says, item 2 is a discussion of employment of BBK and the advisability of an RFP. I presume that contract issue is wrapped into that. I presume, as Kathy mentioned, it can be discussed as
I
pertinent.
agree. That's my concept.
Okay. Then I guess my question is, for item A, are we going to go into closed session? It's been suggested that we can't. City attorney has said we may, but it's not required. So I guess the question is, the desire of the council. Do we meet in closed session or not? My suggestion would be that we have an open and frank discussion. But.
Mayor, I'd
you know,
like to make a
obviously
motion that we move into closed session.
Second.
Mayor, we do have one more card if you wish to.
Okay. One more card.
Okay, Amanda Q.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. This is a great city council hall. When I first saw that there's 3 parcels that are up on the closed session discussion for conference with real property negotiators, there isn't that much information. But fortunately, I was able to find out that 2 properties are owned by 88 Pacific LLC and the other is by the Lang Corporation. And I hope that this is going to be hopefully for the acquisition of, to save land for our open spaces, and I hope that is the case. And if that is, I'm fully in support of that, and I wanted to thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Motion's on the table?
So I have a motion by Ward, I have a second by Duncan in regards to moving into closed session. Now, all in favor? Aye.
I have a
Opposed?
substitute motion.
Substitute motion, please.
Yeah, my substitute motion is for the city attorney to recuse himself from item B, discussion of the legal services contract.
I believe that's occurring, right?
He's already.
No, he
No.
said it's if it's the council's decision to do
Okay.
that. So we didn't decide that yet, but I'm making the motion to do that. I think it's appropriate.
Second.
Okay, so let's have some discussion on that.
I thought he agreed to recuse on item B.
I agree. I don't think that's what
He
he
said if
said.
it's up to the
He's-
council.
No, I think he said he would participate in A, he would recuse from B, and he
Okay,
would
yeah, let's
participate in
ask him.
C if we wanted. That was what I heard.
Yeah,
Right.
I did too.
That's what I assumed from your last deliberations,
Right.
that was the plan, yes.
Okay, in response to me, you said if it's up to the council, so.
Well, no,
Okay,
that's-
so
that's
B,
if-
you're recusing from B then?
Yeah, that's right, council.
You withdraw your substitute motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
So motion by Ward, second by the Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you. See everyone in 3 hours. Afternoon.
You want me to stand right here?
Welcome to the October 4th City Council meeting for the City of San Clemente. So, City Clerk.
Yes, the first item is the invocation that will be given by Seth E. Bell of Shoreline Community Church.
Please stand, everyone.
Thank you. All right, would you pray with me? Father God, we thank you for the beautiful city in which we live. We thank you for the opportunity to discuss things in a civil way. We thank you for the opportunity to seek truth amongst many different opinions. And we ask, Lord, tonight for unity. We pray, Lord Jesus, that you would give unity upon everybody's hearts and minds, that there would be just a spirit of togetherness and kindness, and truly seeking to get out of our own skin and into the shoes of another to see from different perspectives. We thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for the great nation in which we live. In Jesus' name, everybody said, amen.
We're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Young man, what's your name?
River Hart,
Where do you go to school?
Bernice Center Middle School,
And why are you here?
to support the public pools to open for water polo.
Okay. You'll have your opportunity. Will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, young man. And so with that, let the record reflect all council members are here. And City Clerk.
Yes, could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by James, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Item on the agenda, are there any items that require immediate action? Better?
It's on now, yeah.
Are there any items that require immediate addition to the agenda?
You know, Mayor James, we talked about the criminal activity in Talega. We had meetings and met with the residents. We have had Captain Benfield, speak to the residents about the additional efforts that the Orange County Sheriff's Department is taking to address that criminal activity and address the rightful concerns that the residents in that area have. I'd like to reiterate my support for additional funding to provide available to the Sheriff's Department to make any of these efforts fruitful.
Do you wish to make this a late-breaking item?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't on the agenda. A lot of this happened since our last meeting, so I would like to move to place that on the agenda here at this meeting.
What is the immediacy to do that?
The immediacy is that the activity has continued, and we want to make sure that we have every available resource provided to the Sheriff's Department to address the activity. I'm a resident of Talega myself, father of 3 children in the area. People are very concerned. This activity has continued, and it may be that those resources need to be available now and before we can agendize it for our next meeting.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may ask City Attorney a question. City Attorney, item 10A is the subject consideration of increasing resources for San Clemente Police Services. So we do discuss in this Maxburg Park, because this was agendized by council members, but couldn't we at the same time put this under that umbrella? Because it does pertain to increasing resources for San Clemente Police Services.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ferguson. I was just dialing to that page. This is this is somewhat broader than just Maxburg Park, but I know that the information and the new knowledge that Mayor Pro Tem referenced came to the city's attention more recently than the posting of your agenda, that you want to get on it before 2 weeks out. I think would justify. So what I'd suggest in short is that you consider voting with a 4/5 vote
So-
to raise this based on the argument that.
Mayor Pro Tem, please make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it for you.
Okay, I make a motion that we agendize for immediate action the issue of additional funding for San Clemente Police Services to address the increased criminal activity in the Talega neighborhood.
And
To Lego only.
Oh,
No,
or
I-
you'd like to combine it with item
I-
10A.
You want to combine it? That
It's
was
up to
the
you,
idea.
Mayor Pro
I have no problem with combining it.
Appropriate.
And I think it goes beyond just Talega. I think we need to talk about citywide. So,
So
So-
it doesn't need a special agendize then?
No, we can do it under 10A.
well, it does need to be special agendized.
You'd be
because-
amending that
Because
item.
we're doing the amendment to item, whatever it is.
10A.
10A, thank you. So, motion by Duncan, second by James, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
So we'll consider this at the other agenda item?
Yes.
Okay.
City Clerk.
Yes. Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Speakers may address council once during either oral communications part 1 or part 2. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. So I'll name 3 at a time.
City Clerk, how many do we have?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13.
So in all likelihood, all 13 are not going to be able to speak during oral communications 1, because that's limited to a half hour, but you'll be able to speak later on this evening, I would assume something like 7:30, 7:45 timeframe. In oral communications 2. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Okay, the first 3 speakers will be Brad Melamed, followed by Elizabeth Egan, followed by Nancy Stoll.
Welcome. Hi, council. On the item you just passed, I still think that's a Brown Act violation. I think you might have been able to cover it on the other item, but Chris Duncan knew very well 24 hours ago, you could have made an emergency 24-hour notice. But even if it's legal, transparency. People don't show up, don't know you're going to discuss an item if you just raise it the last minute. So I'm just concerned. I think, Chris, I think it's good that you did it, but I think we need to do it in a proper manner and give people notice so they can speak to these items. You're supposed to listen to the residents also, and it should be citywide, so I'm glad you did that. As far as the city manager controversy, and I think it is a controversy, I got an email from him today, and he said he informed the council that he was going on vacation in a few days for a month, but he didn't. He didn't inform 3 members, so that's just wrong, and we know it's wrong. And the information was withheld before he was put in by this council on an emergency basis without getting a curriculum vitae, without an interview and everything else. Council, you got to do a better job. I mean, not that I'm not saying he's a bad city manager. He may be the best, and he may have been the one you would select, but you should go through process. The other thing is that when the last council meeting passed by a 3-person or approved by 3 people, agendizing, that wasn't agendized tonight for open session, even though it was supposed to be agendized. And in the end of the packet tonight, it says it'll be agendized the last session in November. How did this happen? We heard an explanation, which wasn't an explanation at all, who did it. We were asked who did it, nobody could come up with an answer of who selected that date. And it's really important that when the council agendizes something, that it be agendized the next meeting. That's what the people expect. That's what you expected. If you don't want to agendize the next meeting, tell the city manager, do it sometime later. But otherwise, it is explicit that it's the next meeting. That's the city's policy. So the city manager, in my view, is getting off to a bad start, but maybe he'll do a better job than when he gets back from vacation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Egan, followed by Nancy Stoll, followed by Victor Cabral.
Hi, Council.
Hello.
I was here on the 20th of September about the community pools and ADA access. We're still down at Ole Hansen. I'm not sure why that is, but twinges in the hinges is about twinges in the hinges. And I have surgery coming up, and I'm very worried about what kind of aqua stuff I can do when I'm back, because I won't be able to go to Ole Hansen. So I'm just asking to see where, did we make any progress? Are we meeting on it? Or are we talking about it? Do I wait for an answer? I have emailed all of you after the last meeting.
You might be able to.
So we want to be back at Vista Hermosa where it's conducive for handicapped people.
Ma'am, the city manager will address that during city manager comments later on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Stoll, followed by Victor Cabral, followed by Kim Hart.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Stoll. I've been a resident here for 32 years in San Clemente. I've been taking pool classes for the last 20. Ole Hansen, I know, has been built as a historical, or is a historical facility, but it's just not conducive to the disabled. We cannot get them into the pool. Not to say the least, on the outside, we've got people laying in the handicap lanes, sleeping. A naked woman this morning was laying on the sidewalk, and people have gotten sodas put on their car. So I don't think they like us, and we understand that, but that's got nothing to do with us. So one of the things that I find that's kind of dangerous in the on the pool deck that I looked around this morning, there is a pace clock that's plugged in, electricity, that's very near the edge of the pool. And we have a lot of walkers and handicapped people trying to get in. I'm afraid if that thing tips in, that's not good. There's other things that the deck needs to be clear of, and there needs to be more room to walk. That's part of it. Lane lines need to be taken out of the water so that the large class can be accommodated. If you are not over 5 feet, which I am not, I cannot go into the deep end. I will drown. So I have to go into the kiddie pool along with the little ones. It's not made for large classes. So it's just something, it's more of a safety issue I'm looking at. Since we've changed locations, about 50 people or so have stopped coming. The senior classes do generate a lot of funds. Therefore, they could be paid the lifeguards. Sometimes, even as a solution, there is something called a shallow water guarding, and an anesthesiologist in our class had volunteered to do so. If not, the small pool could be open for 45 minutes to an hour and a half to accommodate a class or two. The large pool can be shut down for a short while to accommodate all of those who aren't be able to come. And it just seems like that's a real issue with the Americans with Disabilities Act and San Clemente saying, how we want everybody healthy and participate in recreational, but you're excluding a portion that's very quiet, a large portion of our disabled. So I would appreciate it if you could please address this issue in a more timely manner. These people we're losing less and less of their movement, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Cabral, followed by Kim Hart, followed by David Abernathy.
Hello, my name is Victor Cabral. I'm here this evening to speak to you about an issue that's been growing our community. I know you raised it earlier. There was a briefing on it in Talega about the rising crime. There's been as many as 7 burglaries that have happened here in the Talega area. And it may be out of order now because you changed the agenda, but I still will talk about it. What we know, that there is an international criminal gang that's operating throughout Southern California, targeting wealthy neighborhoods much like our own. Typically, they come in night and day. They ransack the bedroom. They open up they crack a window on the second floor where they know that people don't have the alarm systems. They remove safes, jewelry, valuable items, and they're in and out of our homes within 5 days. What worries me most is, and I know that many of you had participated in the Talega briefing, I spoke to people this week. I've been on the campaign trail talking to people. Many people still don't know about the problem that we have here in our city. We need to work with the police, address that issue, make sure that everybody is informed about the issue, because it's a crisis, as you've discussed. I applaud the efforts of the sheriff in going out and briefing people in our community, but we need to do a little bit more to make sure that every citizen knows what's happening here in San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Hart, followed by David Abernathy, followed by Martina.
Thank you, council members and staff, for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kim Hart, and I'm here to represent the hundreds of voices from the San Clemente water polo community. We are one town, one team, and tonight, one voice so that we can keep this brief. First, we're lucky to have 2 public pools here in San Clemente. Unfortunately, these facilities have very limited hours. I would like to respectfully ask the City Council to do whatever it takes to open our pools full-time for community use. Water sports are a huge part of our culture here in San Clemente, and demand for pool space is higher than ever. Between the high school and club water polo programs, there are 21 teams with nearly 300 athletes sharing the small high school pool. Practice time is already limited, plus the high school pool is often closed due to water quality and equipment issues, leaving our athletes with nowhere to train. Our water polo program produces very talented athletes, many of whom go on to serve this city as lifeguards and represent the city in national competitions such as Junior Olympics every year. In addition, the program benefits our kids' physical and mental health and provides opportunities to bond with peers through shared purpose and a sense of belonging. As a mom to 2 water polo players at the club and high school level, I see these positive impacts firsthand every day. I know other aquatic programs here in town are having the same positive impact on this community. In order to meet current demand and ensure the continued success of programs like these, we really need more pool space. The opportunity to use Vista Hermosa and Ole Hansen would solve this problem. However, they are currently closed most of the day. Vista Hermosa was built with the understanding that our local teams would have the opportunity to use the facility. This was a selling point to the public, but it isn't happening. Without a solution, this problem is only going to get worse because the water polo community and other aquatics programs are growing. Water sports are a huge part of our lifestyle and draw residents to our town. Again, on behalf of the hundreds of voices in San Clemente water polo, I would like to ask the City Council to do whatever it takes to get Vista Hermosa and Ole Hansen pools open full-time for community use. This isn't just about water polo. This is beneficial to the entire community. Thank you, and go SC.
David Abernathy, followed by Martina, followed by John Conk.
Honorable council members, my name is David Abernathy. I live at 23 Cantalina, Sea Point Estates, San Clemente. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts concerning the Memorial Care Housing Project. I attended the August the 31st joint meeting with the council and the Planning Commission. I was pleased with the concern and the planning. I was concerned with the depth of understanding of the council and the Planning Commission. All members were trying to understand the project better and to do the best for our community. The majority of the council and Planning Commission were concerned about traffic conditions and the lack of information of the impact. The need for story poles was discussed and how they could help adjacent residents understand the impact on their ocean views. The most important discussion point was the request by Memorial Care for a zoning variance to allow 4-story structures. This was combined with the discussion of asking for a reduction in the number of rental units from 250 to 125. Based on the info above, I support the City Council and Planning Commission requiring a traffic study, a story pole installation, a granting of no variance, and reducing the rental units to 125. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Martina, followed by John Conk, followed by Richard, I think that's Palace.
So, good evening, council, and a lot of my initial comments are going to echo Brad's concern. Some of us expected a conversation tonight on whether or not Scott Smith is in violation of a contract with the city. And I don't understand why this is getting kicked down the road to the 11th hour, when it'll be this current council's last day at the dais. I think it's unfair, and I think it was deliberate. I also don't understand why only one interim CM proposal was brought before council, and it's someone that's going to be absent for at least a month on a short-term contract. I would have looked at another candidate. And while Sean Joyce might be very capable, I don't know. We need someone that can be here and show up. My other concern is Chris Duncan. He's running for assembly, and because it's now his neighborhood that's affected by crime, he's calling for more police. When only 2 years ago, we all saw him take a knee and ask that the police be defunded. I saw that. I also saw him when Portland was burning and there was all that disruption. He wrote an essay. It said that he trained Trump's shock troops. So that is who he is, and that's where he stands when it comes to public safety, unless it affects him and his neighborhood. The other thing when it comes to lifeguards, I believe that they are an essential part of public safety. And when we look at the absences or the open positions within the city, half of them are with our lifeguards, because those positions are part-time, they don't offer benefits, and they're low-paying. You should get paid more to flip a burger than save lives. Thank you.
My name is John Conk, and I'm a San Clemente homeowner, and I live in Sea Point Estates on Campanilla. Tomorrow night, the Memorial Care Senior Apartment Project will be before the Planning Commission, and shortly thereafter, it will be coming to you, to the City Council. Tonight, I want to talk to you about the rushed review and approval process this project is enjoying. The skids have definitely been greased. I've never seen a significant project move so swiftly through the review and entitlement process, and that is not a good thing. Some important steps are being skipped here, and I want to bring this to your attention tonight. I made mention of this at the August 31st Planning Commission and City Council joint study session, and my comments were swept under the rug by the city attorney. I'm here to tell you again tonight that this is not the proper way to approve and entitle a development project. In 2021, the city prepared a programmatic environmental impact report for the housing element update, and it was distributed for public review and comment as prescribed by CEQA law. This project was not included in that public review. Your city attorney will tell you that it doesn't matter because this project will fit within the total number of units studied in the housing element update. I'm here to tell you that that does matter. It should matter. Not only was the project not included in the EIR during public review, but there were no other projects proposed within miles of this site within that EIR. That means that nobody who lives in North San Clemente was paying, or North San Clemente was paying any attention to this process. This project was snuck into the draft EIR after public review and comment, but before you, the City Council, certified it on October 5th, just 12 months ago. That is wrong. There was no public review and comment period for this project. This will be more important in just a minute. Here's where it gets worse. This project is going to tier off of that EIR with an addendum to analyze the detailed environmental impacts of this proposed project. But guess what? Under CEQA law, addendums to previously certified programmatic EIRs do not require public review and comment. So this project was never subject to public review and comment during the EIR approval process previously, and now the addendum to that EIR for this specific project is not going to be subject to public review and comment. Are you following me here? This is wrong. At the very least, this is inappropriate, sneaky, and not transparent. So what's the big hurry? Why not do this the right way, the responsible way, the transparent way, the fair way? Don't take the lowest bar possible. This is a very large, very significant project. Don't allow this to sneak through in an inappropriate way. Set the bar high for the public to participate in the process the way that should be allowed. The general public trusts that city staff will allow for an appropriate level of participation so they can contribute during that entitlement process. That has not been the case on this project. So I'm asking you, the city council, to step in, direct your staff, including the city attorney, to take this off the planning commission agenda tomorrow night. Circulate these environmental impact documents for formal public review and comment, a period of 30 to 45 days. Then let's come back for public hearings after that takes place. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Richard Pallas, followed by Richard Monks, followed by Ken Rogers.
Mayor James, good going on jumping off the pier this weekend. City Council and staff and guests. My name is Richard Pallas, and I've been a resident of San Clemente for 37 years. And I'm also speaking for my wife, who's been a resident of the Spanish Village by the Sea for 51 years. She's watching at TV tonight. Although it's not on your agenda tonight, I do want to share with you that we do not support the proposed 250 apartment building on 654 Las Marias that's currently proposed. It needs to be quite a bit smaller. I will just return to discuss this proposal in more detail when it's agendized in a future city council meeting. In the meantime, I do want to caution you that I do believe that you are being presented with a good deal of gamemanship, misinformation, and baloney, or should I say malarkey, with regards to this project. So when you sit and city staff review this project proposal in more detail, please remember to keep your eyes wide open. I have a few more thoughts before I leave, and I want to leave them with you tonight. The community needs to see story polls with this project. They really do. And remember, trust but verify. Trust but verify. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me speak briefly tonight, speaking about the proposed senior housing project. My name is Rich Monks, and I reside at 19 Campanile and Sea Point Estates. In the present form, I do not support the proposed senior housing. I believe the elevations, and I want you to remember the elevations, not just the heights off the plans, are being totally misrepresented to the public. I had Memorial Healthcare do a visual simulation from my backyard. And when I received it, it guaranteed me that they're misrepresenting what's going on. For that reason, I think you should require story polls to prove what's really going to go on with this project. When you look at the Ralphs, the highest point of Ralphs, and you understand that it's going to be 20 feet taller. There's nowhere in anything they've shown that says that. So anyway, the project is also going to add a lot of congested parking, and we've already got that problem. Every time I go to Ralph's, I go down there, it's crazy. Almost don't even want my wife to drive down there. Anyway, I've got other comments, and I'm going to save them for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ken Rogers, followed by Jolene Cairn, followed by Linda Rogers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ken Rogers. I live at 15 Campanile, Sea Point Estates, and I do not approve of Memorial Care's apartment complex project in its current form. Density, traffic. We live close to De Los Muares, and we hear people speeding all night long. And this is just going to exacerbate that problem. I fear for the lives of people along the 600 block of Los Mares, as well as the adjacent communities. Also, safety and story poles are on my mind. I suggest and agree with the suggestions of story poles, and why. That way, not only can our community get a good sense of what reality is, but the surrounding communities. And do they even know that this project has been proposed? So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for your service. My name is Jolene Kahn, and I've been a 25-year resident of San Clemente. I also live in Sea Point Estates, and I wanted to address the senior apartment proposal on the hospital site. I'm certainly in favor of senior housing. We all need more apartments, and we all need housing. The concern that I have that I wanted to address so that you can be thinking about this before, I guess, the next 2 weeks when this comes before you after the Planning Commission, is with regard to the variances for both the height, which I guess is needed to accommodate more units to make it perhaps more financially feasible for the project, and also the parking. I'm particularly concerned about the safety aspect of the parking and the insufficiency, especially as it relates to the what if they're wrong in the calculations. The problem is that we don't have any off-street parking in San Clemente if they're wrong. If they have to go over to the Kerkorian or to Ralph's, now we know that those are private lots and they really shouldn't be doing that, but if you have a parking problem, the overflow is going to go to wherever they can. And now you've got people crossing the streets and a real safety issue. So I just want you to think about that, hopefully, when it comes before you. The second thing with the traffic, with such a high-density project in the area and the safety concerns about that. And then also, I hope that you can balance and weigh the decline in property values to the neighboring areas because of some of these negative impacts and how that cost would offset the benefit to the community. So thank you very much, and I guess we'll be seeing you back in a few weeks.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, how many more cards do we have?
Just one more.
Just one more? Okay.
Yeah. Linda Rogers.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. Thank you so much for hearing us and letting us speak. I also am a Sea Point Estates resident and here to talk about the senior housing, even though it's not on the agenda. I'm glad that senior apartments are going in. I don't like the size, and it is as it's presented. I'm not happy with that. And other people in the past have talked about that, yes, there is some very low-income housing involved in this, but there's only 13 units, and those aren't going to go very far to take care of the seniors that can't afford much. The rest of the units are going to be at market rate or higher because of, number one, the view, number two, the location, and number three, it's a brand-new build. But I'm also worried about the safety of all our neighbors due to the extra traffic and lack of parking that is available on site. You know, we're talking about 55 years and older. I mean, how many of these people that are 55 years and older only have one car? And they're allowing for one car per unit. So you know that second car has got to park somewhere. As people have iterated, Ralph's parking lot's a nightmare. So are they going to be parking across the street in the medical buildings? And jaywalking is going to be legal in California. Apparently that's a bill that's going to be approved. So that's going to incentivize them to park across the street and walk across De Los Juarez. And again, as my husband iterated, we hear cars speeding all night long up and down De Los Juarez. Size of the building is too dense. If they could just remove the fourth floor, keep the height to the current 45-foot limit, I think that'll solve all the problems, and it would slide right through. But they don't seem to be willing to do that. And that would also help the parking situation. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of items A and E.
Did you say D as in David?
E is in echo.
Yeah,
Thank you.
E. Okay.
A and E.
I'm going to remove item H. Council members, anyone else? Mr. Noblow? Please. Oh,
Mayor, I'll entertain, would you entertain a motion to waive the balance?
second. Motion by Ward, second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, item A is the city council minutes of September 20th. And the person that requested to speak on that is concerned resident.
Go ahead.
Yep. Oh, are we waiting for it to load up? Okay.
Take the liberty of correcting a couple of misrepresentations made a little bit earlier about me and my firm. The city attorney of Newport Beach is an in-house employee of the city council. My firm doesn't represent them. When they faced the litigation relating to pickleball, there was a solicitation for litigation firms that might defend the city. My partners were successful in that solicitation and worked as special counsel to the city. I had nothing to do with the case. I still don't know what it was about. But I didn't want that to sit on the record without a response.
This is City Attorney Scott Smith's comments in his closed session report on September 20th. The misrepresentation Mr. Scott is referring to is public comments made during the council meeting. I request that this be included in the minutes. Slide number 2. Mr. Smith claims he had nothing to do with a lawsuit against the city of Newport Beach involving pickleball noise creating a public nuisance. Here is the letter that Mr. Smith received on April 28, 2016 from the city of Newport Beach. It confirms that BB&K had a legal service agreement with Newport Beach since 2012 and requests a legal services and assignment of Scott Smith in the Thomas versus City of Newport Beach, a case involving pickleball noise in a residential area. Every document that has been filed on behalf of the City of Newport Beach lists Scott Smith as attorney for defendant City of Newport Beach. Slide 3. This is the email that was sent to Scott Smith on December 1st, 2016. The subject is settlement agreement. This is in regards to Thomas versus City of Newport Beach. How incredulous is it for Mr. Smith to assert he had nothing to do with this case and still don't know what it is about? How could Mr. Smith not know pickleball noise in residential areas impacts the peaceful enjoyment of residential homes? Why did he fail to inform San Clemente of these issues when it proposed installing pickleball in residential areas? Mr. Smith knows the city must comply with its own laws and informed you of this. The city has known since January 4th, 2019 that it is violating its own municipal codes. City staff and council, are you exposing the city to similar lawsuits? I, for one, have tried to persuade the city to comply with their own laws and give relief to those who have lost their rights to the peaceful enjoyment of their homes. As council candidate, Ms. McBurney Wheeler has stated, the city needs to learn to mitigate, not litigate. Vote to require staff bring any activity into compliance with our ordinances immediately, or stop it until they do. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't actually know what section this has to do with our minutes. This item was pulled, it's number A.
I understand.
It's under the
What-
concerned citizen comment under 3.
But we were hearing about, say that again, what page is that? Page 2?
2 of 13.
But what does that have to do with a comment about our
Well,
city attorney?
the comment's been made. We can
Okay.
review that at a later time. City clerk, please.
So I'll move item A.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. City Clerk.
Yes, the next item is item E. That's contract award for playground equipment replacement at San Gorgonio Park and Richard T. Steed Memorial Park. And I have a card, but it does not have a name. Sorry. That's okay. Come on up.
The nameless Amanda.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really glad that this is, that the playground equipment is going to be finally replaced. I know that a couple of people, a couple of San Clemente residents have brought this to the attention at the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation meetings and at our city council. So I'm really happy that is going to be replaced at San Gorgonio and at Steed Park. And I hope that that things, that other things that are going to be coming our way in San Gorgonio Park, such as ADA compliance issues, and hopefully it's just a matter of time. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I move item E.
Second?
Motion by Duncan, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
The next item is item H, installation of a plaque at Courtney Sandcastle Playground honoring namesake Courtney Faye Smith.
So that was pulled by me. Courtney Faye Smith was an exceptional individual. She overcame a lot in her short life, both as a child and as an adult. She was an inspiration to all of us. And so there, as everyone knows, there's Courtney's Sandcastle. And it's a great park for those children who have challenges. And we should be very proud of it. One of the things the Courtney Sandcastle Foundation is proposing is a memorial to her, recognizing her life with a plaque. I would like to make a motion. Now, the total cost of this memorial is going to be about $3,800. The city manager may, in fact, have the exact number. I am going to propose that the city fund that up to $2,000 and assist that foundation in putting that memorial to Ms. Smith. We have done it with a number of icons in our community with benches on the beach, benches at the Pier Bowl, Bill Hart, Kenny Nielsen, Jim Dahl. We're getting ready to put one in for Jim Dahl. And I truly believe in her short life, she became an icon in this city. And I would like to make a motion to fund that memorial at $2,000. If I could have a second,
I would be honored to second that motion.
Mayor, can I just-
Any discussion?
one discussion. I thought I remembered Courtney Sandcastle coming at the end when they were disbanding and money coming to the city. Didn't they not have a balance? If we had known this, we could have asked staff to look into this, but does anyone else remember that?
Well, they disbanded.
They disbanded.
But I thought there was a balance.
There was a small amount of money.
Was it small?
Right.
So they need the money to do the plaque? Is that what
Yes,
the- okay.
yeah, and I think so. Motion by James, second by Mr. Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Clarification, it's up to $2,000, is that the motion?
$2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Were you and I?
Yeah.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, under reports, city manager.
I'll beg everybody's indulgence. The first report is a little bit lengthy, but it's important, and I think it's interesting to folks generally. On September 30th, Metrolink and Amtrak, out of an abundance of caution, halted all passenger train service through the area until more stabilization efforts could take place. BNSF, which operates freight rail through the service, is continuing to help bring stabilization materials to the site. The Orange County Transportation Authority Board of Directors at a special meeting yesterday unanimously declared an emergency need for railroad track stabilization in southern San Clemente. The board vote clears the way for staff to, OCTA staff to take the quick and necessary actions needed to secure a contractor and move forward with work to stabilize the gradually sliding hillside next to the rail line, which would allow for safely restoring passenger service through the area. Also yesterday, Caltrans declared the situation a state transportation emergency, and the California Transportation Commission held an unprecedented special meeting to consider emergency funding. That meeting resulted in the CTC allocating $6 million from the State Transportation Improvement Program in funding for the track stabilization. The track work, which is still being finalized, will involve driving large metal anchors into about 700 feet of the slope adjacent to the railroad track in an attempt to prevent it from pushing the track further toward the coast. A timeline for completing the work is still being determined, but clearing vegetation and staging for the emergency work is anticipated to begin this week, with installation of the ground anchors beginning as soon as possible. It is expected that stabilization work will likely take 30 to 45 days to complete, allowing for passenger rail service to resume thereafter. Until the emergency work on the slope begins, additional riprap is being placed with the goal of further securing the existing revetment. OCTA continues to work with state and federal officials to secure all necessary funding to pay for the emergency constructed, estimated at $12 million total. I'd also like to mention that since your last meeting, I approved a Ferrera Coastal Construction contract for 216 La Cuesta Sewer Repair and Manhole Construction in the amount of $43,199.02. And making good on the mayor's request that I address the pool lifeguard situation of interest to us all. We are putting in place measures to allow our ocean guards to work our pools. We will ask the City Council to ratify that move at its next meeting 2 weeks from tonight. I have authorized BPR management staff to hire new lifeguards at wages above the entry-level rate so that we can pay, so that we are paying a more competitive wage compared with area employers that hire part-time employees. We are also exploring for subsequent City Council approval or consideration, pardon me, how we might add non-PERS liability benefits that might attract part-time employees, and we're exploring what that might be, again, respecting a well-established City Council goal of managing responsibly our PERS liability. And so I'm looking at what that might be for your consideration later. We are now scheduling tryouts and an academy to certify lifeguard applicants as soon as they apply. We'll try to bundle them up by a few so we have an economy of scale, of course. Where we used to arrange for these tryouts every other month or so, we're now doing them in very short order. I am, to that end, pleased to report that we have 9 applications for lifeguard in our system, and we are scheduling a tryout this weekend. We will proceed expeditiously thereafter. We're exploring with our insurance authority how we might also be even more flexible than we are today, and we have been historically to learn how we might use greater discretion to the extent that that makes good sense for everybody involved, but no more so than our patrons at our pools. That concludes my report. Thank you for that.
So let me just add, the city manager and I have been talking about this probably 2 or 3 times a week since he has come on. He's totally committed to resolving this issue. These are 2 iconic resources, assets, I should say, that we have in our city, and it's completely unacceptable that they're not fully available to the public. And I think Mr. Joyce agrees with me on that, and we're going to get this solved sooner rather than later. And I'm going to ask for a little more indulgence, and I'd greatly appreciate that. Council members, do you have any comments on this?
A quick comment, if I
Yes,
could,
sir.
just a question of the city manager. Very encouraging report. Thank you very much. What is the possibility of having the facilities open prior to our next council meeting? Do you need the approval at the next meeting to accomplish that, or is it possible to move sooner?
I have spoken with all council members, to my recollection. I've certainly communicated, if not spoken, communicated with you all regularly on this. I'd rather underpromise and overdeliver, honestly. I don't have any reason to, we're doing tryouts this weekend. Where I would be most optimistic, council member, is to the extent that we can get beach guards on the decks, and that would give them more shifts, more hours, more earnings. That can happen. That could happen between now and the next council meeting.
Good.
That's our greatest likelihood of opening the pools to more patrons, is to get folks encouraged to work the pools where they're accustomed to getting shifts on the beach.
I just have to say, I appreciate your focus on this. Thank you.
And City Manager, are we looking for San Onofre State Beach lifeguards in addition to San Clemente lifeguards? Or have we limited it to San Clemente? Because I think the San Onofre lifeguards are PERS as well, so we could actually solicit them as well, potentially.
I would be happy. I will talk with Samantha about that and do everything we can.
Okay, yeah.
Just one quick follow-up. A couple of residents with the Twinges and Hinges group talked about some of the issues with items on the deck that could cause electrocution. Could you have staff look into that?
I absolutely will. I know that we did address what they had reported last week with respect to getting to and from.
Okay.
And we've made some progress there. But yes, thank you for the
Okay,
reminder.
thank you.
We will do that indeed.
Excellent, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor James, one more comment on the first part of the presentation. Just for the audience too, the city, and I know you have, Mayor James, and I have, we've been engaging with the Cypress Shore community, we've been engaging with our staff, OCTA, who controls those tracks. Metrolink leases it from OCTA. We've been trying to work with them and encouraging them to take the precaution they're now taking in terms of stabilizing that slope. It's a shame that it took us emergency to get to this point where you have to stop the passenger trains, but I am encouraged to hear that they finally are taking the significant steps needed to stabilize that slope so that we can kind of move forward. But this has been really tragic for the Cypress Shore community to see the loss of their beach and to be under the continual threat of the slope failing further. So, I hope that they can finally get progress towards a longer-term solution with this, and thank you for that report.
Yeah, I think one of the things we need to understand, because I don't fully understand it yet, it's so late breaking, is the actions that the railroad is taking. Will that fully alleviate the issues that Cypress Shores is having? And I think that's something we need to understand further going into this.
That's their intention. Now, I think that I would probably write it cautiously as well. That's their intention, that's what they're engineering for. Mother Nature can sometimes have something else to say about it.
And just to clarify, by railroads, you mean the Orange County Transportation Authority?
OCTA.
Who owns the tracks, not the operators.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Follow-up question, if I could, Mr. Mayor, regarding the train issue. In the mediation work of the 700 steel bolts, has any focus, to your knowledge, been given on replenishing any sand behind that riprap to build up the beach to stabilize even the riprap? Is that any involvement in that area?
Not associated with this project, no.
No sand whatsoever at this point?
No.
I saw an empty car riprap going through town on Sunday.
The unfortunate reality is the riprap makes the sand go away even faster because the wave action crashes off it. So again, this short-term solution has caused the sand to leave even faster. We've got to have the longer-term solution with the slope stabilized. And then I agree, we should engage the state to get the funding necessary to get sand in that location, because sand is the best buffer against the wave action.
Very good.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
City Clerk.
Okay, the next item is City Attorney. I have a speaker card from a person who wants to speak on this item, but
Is that appropriate, City Attorney?
I don't know any city that does it. My report tonight is on AB 1229, so you could ask the speaker if his comments have to do with consideration of that bill.
I want to speak to all the reports, so I put it after
shorten my comments on the earlier session so I'd have time to. And it's a public item. There's no, state law says a citizen can speak to any item on the agenda. This is on the agenda.
An actual item.
Scott stopped me from speaking last time on this item.
Mayor, I would say that that's an item that's on the agenda. This is just a report out of our city attorney. It's not actually an item that we'll be considering. And that's why we don't take public comments on it.
City Attorney, your thoughts?
Again, it would be really unorthodox to do that. I think when the reports are given, if there are comments on the content of them, then those comments could be made during the second part of
City
your oral
Attorney, please
communications. That's what we did last time, is ask it to be a general comment. Thank you. Mayor and Council, as I stole my own thunder, late last month, the governor signed AB 1229. We'll be coming back to you with the city clerk on what that means for you and getting direction for council on how to implement it. But the bill, AB 1229, contains broadening of the Brown Act's definition of meetings and allows the city council in limited circumstances to use virtual meetings or teleconference without noticing and giving access to those remote locations. In looking at the bill in some detail, this city council was a little bit ahead of the legislature in identifying some issues during your virtual meetings and some of the answers to those questions. And I'll just tell you what that means. First and foremost, the bill has very specific provisions for virtual meetings in the event of another disaster or state of emergency. But even when no emergency exists, the city council can determine that it wants to meet virtually, at least with limited virtual participation, where one, the city allows two-way communications with the public. So if a member of the council is going to participate virtually, then members of the public must be offered that opportunity. I think that makes sense. At least 3 of you have to meet in person, but 2 can meet remotely. The 2 who meet remotely can do so under the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that definition that we've been using previously provides blanket accommodation to someone
City
who
Attorney,
might need it.
I would like to speed this up. I'd like to get city council comments in before the.
Yeah,
Do you have
we'll
anything
come,
else?
we'll come back with you. That's it. We'll give you a full report
Very good.
and get council direction on the items that I've mentioned.
Was that
Thank you.
item passed, signed by the governor, or is that pending?
It was signed. It's
Signed,
enacted,
thank
goes into effect January 1st.
City clerk?
I'd like to speak to this item. The unorthodox is not illegal. I have the right to speak under the government code. I have the right.
Point of order, if I
Scott said it
may.
was unorthodox. He didn't say it was not proper.
Point of order, if I may, Mayor. City Attorney, could you cite any kind of law, or is it just your interpretation that no member of the public can speak on any of these reports, commissions, committees, city manager, city attorney, et cetera?
I'll give you the passage here. Every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body of any item of interest before doing the legislature's consideration of the item that is within the subject matter of the legislative body. We have interpreted this provision regularly in this city to mean that the reports given unilaterally by the council, the manager, the attorney, and et cetera, are not being considered by the council, the reports on activities that happened and items of note, just as you've been doing. If someone is affected by them or would like to speak to the content of them once given, your agenda gives another opportunity for that under open
Okay,
communications.
but where's the
too.
government code or what policy, council
I
policies?
just read it. We're having, Mayor and Council,
But
we're
the
having
number.
to interpret it a little
The
bit.
number, I'm not asking you to read it, I'm
The
just the
citation?
number. I'd like to have the number,
Yeah,
please.
54954.3A. Thanks for letting me clarify
So,
that.
city council comments. Mr. Noblock?
No, I don't. I just had a question on the item. Did you say, Gene, that Mr. Malamud would have an opportunity during oral comments to speak on the report? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any, I don't have any,
Very good. Ms. Ferguson?
No, thank you.
Nope.
I have none.
So I have a couple. I had an opportunity to attend the 100th birthday of Jesse Strike McClellan. Jesse Strike McClellan was a member of the Women's Auxiliary of the Royal Australian Air Force, and we invited Australian military members here. 2 of them came, and we had a 100th birthday party for a very special woman who, in World War II, lost her husband, who was a fighter pilot, and never remarried, and moved to San Clemente, and has actually knitted more than 1,000 blankets for babies at the Camp Pendleton Naval Hospital. So it was a special person. Happy birthday to Jessie, belated, but we had a great time at her birthday party. The other thing I'd like to talk about, and I'll talk about later in further detail, we have an issue in town with people don't feel safe in town. We have an issue, people don't feel, there's an element that doesn't feel safe on our streets. There are people that don't feel safe in their homes. And some of it is perception and some of it's reality. And when we get to the public safety portion of this, I'm going to recommend that we have a town hall and have an understanding of that. Now, the other thing I want to talk about, city manager, and I should have told you about this earlier, I'm really concerned about Caltrans. Caltrans came to town without any notification to the city, set up an industrial operation at Vista Hermosa and I-5 where they're making concrete. They're working all night long, and never, ever, ever did Caltrans notify the city ahead of time. And that simply cannot occur in the future. And additionally, Caltrans has been a terrible partner with us in dealing with the homeless encampments on Caltrans property. And we really need to establish that relationship with Caltrans if we can, and put them on notice that this is just not acceptable. And thank you. And it creates distrust. People, we have this project coming up on the HOV lanes. People think it's related to the HOV lanes. So, city manager, I wish I should have told you this morning I was going to do this, but if you could deal with that. And my last thing I'm going to.
Might I just suggest that our Public Works Director be engaged to make that.
Oh, yeah,
to initiate
absolutely.
that communication.
Yeah. The last thing I would like to talk about, bittersweet, or is it just all bitter or all sweet?
It's bittersweet, sure.
Our city clerk has announced her resignation / retirement. And we will actually, in the near future, set up interviews for the city clerk position, and we will interview for the city clerk. And if we could just one moment give Joanne Bade
Change my mind, I'll stay. Thank you.
Joanne, you've been so helpful to the city council. It's
Oh,
been a
thank
pleasure
you.
to work with you. I'm
If
going to be
any-
sad.
If anyone crosses the Ts and dots the Is, it's Joanne Bade. And all you need to do is be a candidate for city council to know her level of detail. And when she counts every one of your words in your candidate statement, not 101, or whatever that number is, not one number over. And additionally, related to that, our city treasurer has announced his resignation as well. So again, we will set up interviews for the replacement and have a council appointment for both the city treasurer and the city clerk. And I feel remiss in my duties if I didn't ask for a round of applause for Mark Taylor, who does an extraordinary hard job. City clerk.
Okay, the next item is the 6 o'clock closed session, and I have 2 speaker cards on this item.
Very good. Let's go.
First one is concerned resident, followed by Don Urbanek.
Thank you, Megan. What you're seeing is a list of city and state laws that staff is violating. They are mentioned in a letter the city received and that has been deemed a threat of litigation. My attempts to resolve this matter without litigation have been unsuccessful. It appears our council candidate, Ms. McBurney Wheeler, is correct when she stated that the city needs to learn how to mitigate, not litigate. During the September 20th meeting, Councilmember Ferguson asked the city manager if a CEQA was conducted prior to installing pickleball courts into residential areas. He responded that no one from staff was available to answer that question. Do we no longer have staff available for questions in this new venue, like we did at the community center with a Zoom? Don't know if Mr. Joyce provided council with an answer, but I can tell you that my public service requests indicate the city did not conduct a CEQA, nor did they request an exemption. Is this another violation of city requirements? Anyone can make a mistake, and a good leader will fess up to the mistake, and a great leader will correct the mistake. Pickleball in residential areas was not a mistake. Staff knowingly decided to violate their own laws for a special interest group. You have the audio of Beaches, Parks, and Rec's most recent commissioner meeting where Ms. Wiley continued to lie about decibel readings of pickleball noise. She knows it's exceeded the maximum reading of 8 and knows it continues at San Gregorio Park. She lied about notifying residents with 300 feet of the park. She failed to abide by the requirements spelled out in our municipal codes. Last night, a neighbor told me she has to plug her ears just to take a walk in San Gregorio. She said, no one is disputing the facts that you have regularly received for almost a year. However, the council still has not corrected the situation. She asked why. So I ask you why. It is abhorrent that city staff has dumped this in your lap. They should remedy their own ill-advised and illicit actions immediately. Unfortunately, the city would rather make it your problem. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, in your campaign for an assembly seat, you promised to root out wrongdoing, but yet you have repeatedly voted against bringing the city into compliance with city and state laws. Mayor James, you acknowledge that the noise coming from San Gregorio is extremely annoying, yet you vote to continue it. Councilmember Noblock, didn't you also acknowledge that the noise is a nuisance but voted to continue it? Councilmember Ward, if you had your way, there would be pickleball courts sprinkled throughout our neighborhoods. Councilmember Ferguson, thank you for your vote to require that the city comply with its city and state laws. Tonight, vote to require staff bring any action that does not comply with our ordinances into immediate compliance or just stop it until it does. This is the law. We are either a city of laws or we're not, and that is up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I sent you guys an email because it was too long to read out here. But basically, I came to ask you to fire Scott Smith and get rid of the BB&K law firm for violations of my individual civil liberties and using the power of his office to abuse people, false criminal charges, all that stuff. And if you choose not to do that, I'm currently working on an affidavit in support of a writ of mandamus, which will challenge your legal authority to hold your seats. I've spent the last 6 months going through the HAVA law, which is the Help America Vote Act, and I've come to the conclusion that it was a 20-year conspiracy to overthrow our government by federalizing them. Because what we really have running our elections right now is the Department of Homeland Security CISA unit. And I'll just go through what I can, and then I'm going to finish it tomorrow, and you'll have the full document. In order for a voting system to be legal in a federal election, it has to be certified, and it has to have a certificate of conformance. It has to be tested by an EIC-accredited Vestal, which is a voting testing lab, and it has to be certified to EAC's own testing standards, and then it's given a certificate of conformance. if you go through that law, what they did is they used the HAVA law to replace the punch card lever voting systems back in 2000 so that we would get a nationalized electronic voting system. So they gave us $306 billion across the nation so we could switch to electronic voting systems all at once. And then the rest of the HAVA law, they violated every provision, missed every statutory mandate. Anything to secure our vote has been violated. Like, for instance, every current voting machine is being tested to VVSG 1.0 2005. Okay, and those machines were, the one that we vote on in Orange County is 16 years old. It's running on a Windows 7. It was Windows 2000 upgraded to 2007. Does anyone in this room want to run their business on that? Okay, this is the fraud. This is the election fraud. The EAC did not certify its first voting system till 2009, 3 years after the statutory deadline. So from 2003 to 2009, not a single election should have been held on those machines. From 2006 to 2009, none of the machines were certified either because there was a lack of a quorum of commissioners. There was an Election Assistance Commission Termination Act brought up 3 times.
Thank you.
No quorum of commissioners.
Thank you very much.
So 5 years of no voting on the machines.
Thank you.
Mayor, I may just make a quick comment, because not everybody was here earlier when we started at 3 p.m., but the item on city attorney contract will be on the public session of the meeting with an agenda report on October 18th, just responding to the call for a resignation of the city attorney. But it will be a contract and discussion at that time for people to comment.
I move that we adjourn to closed session.
Second? Motion by Duncan, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're back in session. Welcome back, everyone. City Clerk.
First item is a closed session report from the city attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Council, there was no reportable action taken on the closed session items.
Okay, moving on to special presentations. First item is presentation by Cindy Thomas, Relationship Events Manager, and Michelle Picardo, Engagement Manager, representing the Alzheimer's Association, concerning the Walk to End Alzheimer's on Sunday, October 23rd at the outlets at San Clemente.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. And I apologize, Michelle was not able to make it, but I did bring our lead volunteers. And the reason I do what I do, I have Linda Rayburn, Sammy Poppin, Joyce Wu, and Amelia Weinstein. And these are all people in your community who have been impacted by Alzheimer's and dementia, and myself, who I watched my uncle battle the disease for 18 years, and he was diagnosed in his late 50s. So that's why we do this. And what's exciting is we have the Walk to End Alzheimer's right here in your own backyard at the outlets at San Clemente on Sunday, October 23rd. And we would love to see the city's support in coming out, having teams, friends and family teams, business teams, and supporting the so many people in our community that have been impacted. And I am grateful. I've seen many of your faces when we had our ribbon cutting ceremony. I know this cause is important to you. And so it's in the morning on Sunday, October 23rd. We have information that we'll leave as, it's very easy and it's free to register. We are the largest funder of Alzheimer's care, support, research, education, and advocacy. And Alzheimer's and dementia, 6th leading cause of death in the nation, 3rd here in Orange County. This is a cause that's incredibly important and needs to be, we need to pay attention to it. And we are so appreciative of all the support that the community has given us, but it's very important that we get everyone out there. And so we thank you for allowing us to speak about this tonight.
What time was that?
It's in the morning, and it is at 7:45 is registration, and it's like a festival. It's a beautiful event where it's for celebration walk. It's we have wheelchair accessibility, strollers. It's for dogs too. We have kerchiefs with the Alzheimer's logo on them, and it's free to register, and it starts at 7:45. We have a band playing, and for the first hour, and then at 8:45 we have the flower ceremony where we talk about the symbolism of all the flowers and what they mean to each individual and what their connection is to the cause. And then we immediately start walking, and we're done by about 10 o'clock. So it's a very fast celebration walk.
I just want to say I had an opportunity to join the group. I think it was in San Juan where we did the event, and I know our own Jonathan Lightfoot, who I don't think is here, is also very involved. So super happy that you're doing the walk in San Clemente. Can't wait to do it, and thank you for bringing this important cause to our city. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you for your support at our corporate luncheon. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next is a presentation of a proclamation to Matt Sheets, Battalion Chief, Orange County Fire Authority, declaring October 9th through the 15th as Fire Prevention Week.
Hello. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the OCFA. First of all, I want to thank the men and women of the OCFA, especially the folks in the Community Risk Reduction Department and the folks, men and women on the engines and trucks who respond daily in your communities to help raise awareness for fire prevention. Fire Prevention Week will be held this year from the 9th to the 18th. And this year the theme is Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety, having to do with smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms in your homes and your businesses. A couple facts about smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms. Smoke alarms should be installed in every bedroom in the hallway, outside bedrooms or sleeping areas, and on every level of your home. Carbon monoxide alarms should be installed in each sleeping area and one on every level of your home. Smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms should be tested monthly. Check the back of your smoke alarms for the manufacturer date and replace all smoke alarms that are older than 10 years. Special smoke alarms are now available with strobe lights for individuals who are hearing impaired. It's important that we begin to teach our children what a smoke alarm and a carbon monoxide alarm sounds like. With all our new devices, we're finding out that they're having the ability to kind of tune out noises in the background. So make sure they're aware of what one is as opposed to maybe a cell phone or an iPad. A single chirp every 30 seconds of your smoke alarm or carbon monoxide alarm means that batteries are low and they must be changed. If the chirp continues after you change the battery, it's important that you replace that alarm. One of the terms they like to use in this education piece is if you hear a beep, get on your feet. If you hear a chirp, make a change. So you'll notice a discernible difference between a low battery and a beep. And then last but not least, we always like to encourage you folks to go home and draw an escape plan in your house. Make sure you and your loved ones are aware of it and practice it monthly when you practice your fire alarms or smoke detectors. Thank you again for the opportunity. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. Let me have the mic, though.
Yes, sir.
So, City of San Clemente, whereas fire is a serious public safety concern with both locally and nationally, and homes are where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas working smoke alarms in the home can reduce the risk of dying in a fire by more than half. An average of 358,500 homes experience a structural fire every year. Whereas more than 1/3 of home fire deaths occur in homes with no smoke alarms. The risk of dying in reported home structure fire is 55% lower in homes with working smoke alarms. And whereas in 2021, there was 100 cooking fires across Orange County. In 2019, California was in the top 3 states in the U.S. with the largest number of fire deaths. Whereas Orange County residents should install working smoke alarms on every level of the home, in the hallway, outside the sleeping areas, in each bedroom. Check their smoke alarms monthly. Replace batteries regularly. Replace smoke alarms every 10 years and create and practice their home escape plans. And whereas Orange County residents are responsive to public education and outreach measures and can take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2022 Fire Prevention Week theme, Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape, effectively serves to remind us to educate everyone about the simple but important actions they take to keep themselves and those around them safe from fire. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Gene James, acting on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare October 9th through 15th Fire Prevention Week and urge San Clemente residents to plan and practice a home fire escape. Everyone needs to be prepared in advance so they know what to do when the smoke alarm sounds and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Orange County Fire Authority during Fire Prevention Week 2022. Signed, Gene James, Mayor of the City of San Clemente. Yeah, thank you. Oh, and by the way, before you go anywhere, by the way, I believe Chief Fennessy was selected as the California Fire Chief of the Year
By the California Chiefs Association,
by the California Chiefs Association.
Fire Chiefs Association.
Give a plug for my neighbor.
Laura, can staff check the air conditioning in here? Sure. It's really warm under these lights.
Okay, City Clerk.
Yes. The next item is homeless update. That the September update will be provided at the October 18th council meeting. Moving on to new business. First item is status update on San Clemente Police Services enforcement efforts at Maxburg Plaza Park and the possibility of allocating additional funding for police to address criminal activity.
So, yes, Captain Benfield's the staff report on this, I believe.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So I know we've kind of shifted gears a little bit here, but we can start with the Maxburg Park, the reason that this agenda report was created in the first place. The Sheriff's Department, obviously, we know we had some significant incidents there. I'll try to be brief, as I think we've covered this in a couple council meetings, but we had a couple incidents there, and since then, we undertook this three-pronged approach to try to deter any future criminal activity and see what we could do in partnership with the city and the community to mitigate gang activity and violence occurring at the park and in the neighborhood. The San Clemente Police Service efforts included increased patrol checks, to include using our TRIP team, which is a team that doesn't respond to calls for service. You can kind of put them on specific problems within the city. And of course, the engagement of our South Gang Enforcement team. We worked with community members for increased awareness and encouraged them to call with any suspicious behavior, which they have been doing, which I appreciate. We held a town hall style meeting for the community to address ways that they can help protect themselves and their property, as well as to explain efforts that we were taking in partnership with the city. The city did a lot of the heavy lifting here by making improvements to the park that the Public Works Director is gonna go over here in a moment. That really helps reduce the attractiveness for people hanging out or people who would commit criminal acts. It makes it, there's less area for them to hide there. So it's more open, it's more visible. The community can see better at night. We can see better when we're going through there, and it's less attractive of a spot to hang out and do those types of activities. Kyle, if you want to go ahead and walk through the improvements.
I'll run through the improvements that were made at the park quickly. Next slide, please. The scope of work, we replaced 24 light poles, bases, and fixtures to LED technology, removed pavilion walls and pilasters, installed a concrete stem wall to transition from the pavilion to the turf areas. We landscaped around the entire area of the pavilion. We've still yet to put rose bushes back for the memorial garden. We've spoken with a couple of folks that are going to help us do that. And we're in the midst of installing 9 new cameras. 2 will actually be in the pavilion. 1 is on top of the restroom roof. That one's been installed but not working yet. And then Flock will be installing 6 license plate reading cameras here in the next couple of months around the park and on some of the streets. Next slide, please. So one of the things we did was replace the park lights. The left shows the old style post-op lights. The right shows the new LED lights. Next slide. And like I said, we removed some pavilion walls and pilasters just to open up a little bit of visibility. Next slide. After we did that, we added a concrete stem wall around the pavilion and added some landscaping. Next slide. And these are the areas we're going to be installing the cameras. Like I said, 2 in the pavilion, 1 on top of the restroom roof, and then the blue arrows show where the Flock cameras will go in the near future. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Certainly, please.
Mr. Kroger, how much money did we spend to change the infrastructure of Maxburg Park,
So
approximately?
the LED light project, that was we'd already had that in the works, so it just, the timing came at the right time. It was just under 50,000, and then all of the other improvements, landscaping, removing the walls, I believe is about 45,000.
That includes the wall around?
Yep, removing the wall, the concrete, so the whole project is probably around 100K.
Well, I want to commend staff and you for all of that work that was done and being so responsive. I think that's the quickest we've ever modified a park. But I understand it was for public safety reasons. I am a little sorry because Maxburg Park is a historic park, and it was designed, a certain way. But I understand why we did it. So I appreciate that, and it looks very, very tidy. Really nice job.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that was suggested or that we're thinking about out there that hasn't been done yet?
Not to my knowledge. We still need to do a little bit of cleanup. We did just finish recently, but other than a little tidying up, not to my knowledge, but we're happy to look at it if need be.
Chief Benfield, do you think these improvements are going to make a difference for the deputies patrolling the area in terms of visibility and that kind of thing, and dampening the likelihood that criminal activity will occur there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that area was just so hidden and so obscured that for a certain segment of the community that liked to hang out there, it was convenient, and it provided them with all the advantage of being able to do what they want, which people couldn't really see, while at the same time they could see outward easily and be aware when we were approaching or when community members were approaching. So I think this goes a long way, and like I said, does a lot of the heavy lifting as far as preventing this type of activity from occurring in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any public comments in regards to?
We do.
Great.
Okay, the first speaker will be Amanda Q, followed by Rick Leffler, followed by Susan Ambrose, followed by Michael Snow.
Hello, council members. I'm very glad that the OC, our sheriffs have increased, police patrol there. And I also have noticed that on Del Mar as well. And I think I'm very pleased with that. And I'm glad Mr. Koger mentioned the rose bushes. I do have the next slide, please. This is from this is how the rose bushes used to be at Plaza Park or Maxburg Park, and I remember going through them as a child, and it was incredible. So I'm glad that Kyle Coker and other people are going to bring some of the rose bushes back, and I really appreciate that. And thank you, Councilmember Ward, for saying that it is a historical park, and we really need to remember that and keep that, So when we do things that we always think about safety, but also remember to retain the historical aspects of our city. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. I want to speak a little bit more generally on the issue. I know it's been brought up about possibly spending some more money for sheriff's resources, which is a great idea, but I want to talk about maybe specific targets. And if we added another car, which means 4 deputies, it would be over $1 million. And let me tell you what an extra car would get you. While we'd like to have 5 or 6 more cars. One car would essentially probably reduce response time in the city by seconds, not minutes, probably seconds, because our response to high priority calls is already really, really good. So let me leapfrog onto a program that Captain Benfield talked about, the TRIP team. And I worked a similar assignment in LA, which was called SPU, Special Problems Unit. But of course, the sheriffs have to add a word to the acronym to make it a 4, targeting, reduction, investigation, prevention. But we did the same thing. We worked undercover. We worked sometimes in cars. I know they sent their TRIP team up to Talega to work in 2 cars, cruising the area for high visibility. They can work together, one undercover, one in a car, respond. But it's targeting specific problems in the city. And it's the big bang for your buck. Now, here's what we do. Instead of adding 4 deputies for a car, if we added 2 TRIP deputies specifically assigned to TRIP, that would give us 7-day-a-week coverage. When we talk about 2 deputies now, they might be working 3 days a week, 1 week, 4 days the next week. That's how a 12-hour shift works. So we've got these specialized deputies, maybe 3 days a week, 4 days a week at the most. Maybe not on weekends. We add 2 deputies at half the cost of a car, and we get 7-day-a-week coverage of specialized units that are only working on crime issues specific in our community and in our neighborhoods. I can tell you, it's by far the most bang for your buck if we do that. We will get coverage, we'll get specific enforcement, and it's just food for thought if you're thinking about it. I think it would be a great idea, and you'd really see immediate results. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Captain Benfield went to sit down, but I think he needs to come back up.
Why?
Well, if we're going to ask questions, because
Well, let's save for later when council. Discussion, okay? Come on up, Susan.
I'm sorry, I didn't see Mrs. Ambrose, I'm sorry.
I'm here to be very positive. I want to thank you all for the positive things you've done for our city. Too often you get criticized for the not too positive things that you do for our city. I'll put it that way. One of the very positive things that you've done is to hire Captain Benfield. He was there in Maxburg Park area with us and to encourage us at at a neighborhood watch program that we just created. We're rejuvenating the one that was there at this time. We were all quite surprised with the level of crime that happened at Maxburg Park and the result after the shooting. Then there was a retaliatory stabbing, and that woke us all up and saying, hey, wait a minute, this isn't as calm as we think it is, and this is not calm, quiet neighborhood. All this other stuff is going on. Consequently, I'm happy to say we are doing that rejuvenating. We had 75 people at our first meeting, which was graciously held in the rec room of the Church of St. Clement's. And people came and had questions, and they're very enthusiastic about working together. So we are working with that. We are supporting the city's efforts to focus on Neighborhood Watch. I've looked at the goal on the work plan, and you know, since I've had experience putting goals on work plans, that I agree with all of those things, and we can do them in a positive way. I even spent some time sharing some ideas with Captain Benfield back there, and we're going to exchange some ideas about just sending bullet awareness and alert kinds of comments out to the public. So especially over the holidays, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. But the most positive is here that the city is banding together and putting some focus on neighborhood watches again and getting neighborhoods back together again. We're all thinking about each other, rather than thinking about this room or this walk or this area, et cetera. So let's work together and help Captain Benfield help us remove crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael?
So my name is Michael Snow. I live in Talega. I live in Talega, and I have a business here in San Clemente. I'm here because of the Talega crime wave recently, and I want to say two things. One of them is that, of course, we support our sheriff, but maybe I'll say three. Second thing is that our neighbors are scared to death, and they're angry, and many of them have come up to me and said, Michael, where do I go to buy a gun? Where do I go to take gun safety? One friend said, we're going to buy 2 guns, one for upstairs and one downstairs. And, you know, it saddens me because I have the same thing. I've got 2 little girls at Vista Del Mar, and it saddens me that I have to think, what do I do if I wake up and there's somebody in our home? I know some of these they wait till the people leave. So that's just the sad part. And just a message for the sheriff. I think I don't know if they underestimate or not, but the public sentiment out there, at least among my neighbors, is very strong and very scary. The third thing is that I know that a couple of events have happened that I wasn't aware of, that where people were trying to explain the things that were happening, but I will say I don't know anybody who went to those, and I never heard about them before, and I think the city and the sheriff needs to do more than patrols to let the neighborhoods know what they're doing. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So, council members, I'm going to take the lead on this because it's going to play right into what Mr. Snow was just talking about. When I was one of the first things I learned about leadership as a 19-year-old corporal is you can delegate tasks and duties, but you can't delegate responsibilities. Fast forward 30 years later, and when I was teaching in a master's in a graduate leadership program, one of the first things I taught was you can't delegate responsibility. You can delegate duties and tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that as council members, we're the ones that have the obligation for safety and security in this city. We can delegate that to the sheriff's office, and they have the duty and and the accountability to do it. But we're the ones who face the public. Recently, I had a meeting with Sheriff Barnes and members of his command staff. Captain Benfield was there. DA Spitzer and his number 2, Sean Nelson. 2 members of County Legal Counsel, and Lisa Bartlett and several of her staff members. I can't say that we walked away having learned a lot. I can say that everyone listened to me, but what's going to come of it, I don't know. Sheriff Barnes' idea is for us to build a homeless shelter in San Clemente. Well, that's simply not going to occur. County Legal Counsel's position is, without a homeless shelter, we can't enforce all of our laws, particularly as it relates to camping. But at the same time, not only related to the burglaries in Talega, and I don't think, and Captain Benfield will come up here, but I think he will agree with me. I don't think there have been any home invasions in Talega, or anywhere else in the city for that matter. Maybe there have been burglaries and people have been there, but there was not an intent to do a home invasion. With all that being said, this council, this dais, has the responsibility for the safety and welfare of people in our city. And people are scared. I'm getting calls all the time. I'm getting emails all the time. And one of the things I said at one of the events that Mr. Snow referenced was, folks, if you don't have a gun now, don't get a gun today. This is the wrong time. And get trained on a gun. But I keep on getting people suggesting they're going to buy a firearm. It's the wrong thing to do. And everyone knows my position on the Second Amendment, but it's simply the wrong thing to do. The Chinese strategist, Sun Zhao, said, kill one, terrorize thousands. Well, we kind of have a little bit of that going on in San Clemente. We've had 5, 6, 7 burglaries, and it's terrorized an entire neighborhood, and that's not acceptable. And one of the things I'm going to suggest tonight, and I hope I have the support of council on this, is we need to do a town hall. And included in that town hall is how people can harden themselves against crime. Quite honestly, it's what I've done as a career for many, many years. And there's a lot of things people can do to harden their home against crime. There's a lot of things we can do in this city to harden our city against crime. Because I'm not concerned about whether Captain Benfield catches any burglars. What I want is to keep them from coming to our city, keep them coming to your house. And with that, there's some accountabilities you have as residents. So I'm going to suggest that in the last week of October, that we have a town hall and talk to our, and give our citizens the opportunity to listen to Captain Benfield, to listen to the city and what we're doing at the city. Also, there's going to be some spears pointed at us, but we need to give them the opportunity to vent as well. But the one thing we need to do in this city of San Clemente that we love so much, we can't allow people to be fearful of walking our streets or walking our beach trail. My wife won't walk the beach trail, and we know why. And I just had a phone call with a lady today, and she said, I go to San Diego every day. Often I have to go to the post office. When I go to the post office, I take off my jewelry, I take off my watch, and I walk straight in the post office downtown and walk straight out and get my car and leave. She said, I'm getting that feeling in San Clemente. Whether that's appropriate or an appropriate response or reaction or not, that's the perception. And council, we need to work on that perception. We need to help our people through this. Granted, if you look at our crime versus Santa Ana, LA, whatever, we have a low level of crime. But we all chose this very special city to live in. And any level of crime is an unacceptable level. So if I could get a second on having a town hall in regards to public safety, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll second that. And I'd just like to make a couple points because I agendized this, and I don't want to jump ahead of you, Steve, or anything, but because this is so personal to me, and Mike knows he's in my Adventure Guides group with our daughters, right? And that's a bunch of dads. And so we're very sensitive to these issues, especially in our neighborhood, because we have so many young kids, and we moved there because we thought it was the kind of place where you could have kids running around the street and not have to worry about them. And we thought it's the kind of place you could leave your door unlocked and not have to worry about it in your e-bikes and the driveway, not have to worry about those $1,000 things disappearing. And I think that's partly why it hits us so hard, is because, we see these things happen, these burglaries, these reports, and it just goes right to the heart of why we even moved to the neighborhood, and it sort of gets to our sense of comfort and ease that we've become so accustomed to. And you're worried about your family if you're not there with them. And you can't live your full potential if you don't feel secure in the community, and that's what we have right now. And so the reason I agendize this is we have our sheriff's department. They're pros. They're amazing. I mean, I know because I've ridden around with them, especially the deputy there, Mike Harris, who came to the event in Talega the other day with Captain Benfield. And so that's not the problem. I think the problem really is the perception, right? The problem is we've gotten to the point where people don't see something happening, they don't notice something happening, and the crime keeps occurring, and then they start to get really, really worried that they're left defenseless. And it's up to all of us, I agree, and our sheriff's department to take steps affirmatively. So I would second the town hall. I think getting that communication going is integral. I don't think the meeting at the school accomplished that, frankly. We had the detectives come in from the main office, and I think we started to accomplish that at the meeting we had in Talega that the mayor and I went to, but that was a select group in a very short notice. So we want to give an opportunity for everyone who's interested across the city to come in and be able to voice their concerns, so I agree with that. I also would like to, I'd like to make my own motion separately about the suggestion we had from Mr. Loeffler from our Public Safety Committee. Again, we don't want to tell the Sheriff's Department operationally what to do. We just want to provide our direction and our support for the types of methods that in their expertise they may find to be most useful. I think we already have the task force that was described, enlisted, but we may need support from council in terms of funding and otherwise to keep it going or to add to it. So I'd like to make that separate motion as well.
So, yes.
Before we finish all the motions, I'd like to make a comment. And I agree with your suggestion for a town hall. I think that's important that we do as much as we can to help our citizens and educate them on public safety. But this isn't just a perception issue. This is a real problem. We didn't have a problem 2 years ago. Since the policies that have let our borders go wide open has created this, we call it a Chilean crime gang, and then we don't want to call it Chilean, we call it a South American crime gang. This didn't happen before the policies were established to open our borders to let, in the last year, up to 5 million people, most of which are from South America, come into our community, and now we're having to deal with it. So it's more than a perception, it's reality. And we don't want to be like Los Angeles or Oakland, where we have unlimited problems and the policies, the left-wing policies, the defund police policies that have destroyed those cities. We don't want that policy, that philosophy in San Clemente. We need to encourage our police force and do the things that you're suggesting with teaming and the town hall. But we need to get ahead of this problem. And it's a real problem. But it's a policy-driven issue, statewide and nationwide, and we're just a community that's being impacted by it. So I would encourage everyone to think about the policies that created this problem and the people that advocate for these problems, and make sure we have people representing us who care about law enforcement, who support law enforcement, and who will do something about this crime wave that we're now beginning to experience.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I
Yes,
may.
ma'am.
I have a question, if the captain can come up. Can he come up?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We need to do this, because we're getting into discussion. We haven't asked him the questions yet that we have.
Okay,
He
well,
wrote this report.
okay, go.
Okay, that's the only reason. So Captain Vinfield, my understanding of the TRIP team is that it's targeted enforcement,
Well,
very
wait a minute,
short.
wait a minute.
term.
Can we stay on the, on?
Oh, let me ask the question then. Did you ask our captain about the possibilities of late October doing this? Has it already been
No,
talked to him?
I did not.
Okay. So,
I-
I'm a
It's
little concerned with
This dais
staffing.
that has the accountability for public safety.
I understand that. I'm
And-
just asking
and
the
I-
question.
Yeah, so.
If this
can-
is such
can-
an
can we-
emergency, why the end of October? If it could be done sooner, or are you
Because
thinking
our people are
information?
clamoring for it. So can we have a vote on the
Oh, I see what you're saying.
town hall, and then we can go to your concerns? So,
No, I
motion by.
agree on the town hall. I'm just asking the question of timing.
Okay,
Call for the question.
motion by James, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. A town hall the last week of October. Okay,
So
you have the
now,
floor.
I agree with everything you said on hardening and educating the public. I think the town hall, we have to do that. One of the questions I have is, we don't have a deputy anymore manning Facebook to get things out for San Clemente Police Services. We used to have a deputy kind of doing that.
We still do. We
Okay.
have multiple deputies assigned to social media, including our crime prevention specialist.
Has
who's
this
kind
been
of the
pushed
lead on
out,
that.
the burglaries, or?
We push out, not specific to the burglaries, but we are meeting with our press information officer tomorrow to come up with some sort of verbiage that is going to accurately kind of get the message out there. But we routinely make posts on all of our social media accounts. And I'm actually glad you brought it up, because I don't know how many people are listening or attend these that don't follow us, but that's a very easy way to get timely tips, crime trends, ways to protect yourself. So we recommend everybody follow San Clemente Police Services on the three major Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram.
They're actually pretty good posts. I think I know the deputy who does them, but they've done a great job. We see that from Mission Viejo a lot of Facebook pushing this out. And they'll say, like, this is going on, or there's an accident here. I mean, that's probably too much, but for these burglaries, notification, and so everyone is prepared. And we don't, where I live, Chris, we don't leave our doors unlocked. Even when I'm in the house, I lock the door. I like to know I'm the only one coming into that house. There's no one else in there, and I'd like to know no one else is coming in when I'm there. But the TRIP team, my understanding is, when we have the sheriff, we have our own separate police services, but the TRIP team, we kind of pull deputies from all different locations, around here to do it?
No, just to clarify, the TRIP team is our own in-house team of 2 deputies that are part of our normal roster. I think what you're referring to is the Directed Enforcement Team, the DET team. I know it's too many acronyms.
You're right.
The DET team, we provide one body to, in addition to the other cities, the South cities, and collectively they become a group of 10. They are helping us with this latest burglary trend, as well as our TRIP team. Right now, we kind of have all available hands on deck.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate hearing that, because you've got that team and the TRIP team. And I know that the TRIP team's very effective. We've had Ocean View Plaza, we had some problems years ago. TRIP team hit it, concentrated enforcement for a few days, it stopped. And they did education with the shop owners, kind of a neighborhood watch, but involved the businesses there, and that was very good. My understanding is you are not recommending any change to our current contract. And I really want to get that stated because I'm hearing last-minute changes to our contract or suggestions of two cars. This isn't how we budget. I don't think 5 burglaries, I don't know how many that we've had.
7.
5 to 7.
It's 8.
It's 8.
8
Okay,
since
8
January.
total. But I
I'm
think
speaking
that,
specific to Talega. Citywide, we've had many more burglaries, but the Talega is kind of the hot topic right now. We've had 8 since January.
Santa Barbara's having this too. You know,
Everyone is.
Everyone's having it. You can't go in New York anymore and wear any kind of a watch. I was told that by our last police services, that any watch you wear, any jewelry you have, the car you drive, the purse you carry, everything's a target. And we're seeing that now, where people are actually in LA and New York going after people that have a watch. They're actually taking it off of them, you know, and cars are pulling up to other cars. So we're seeing that. I don't think that's happening in San Clemente, but I do understand the worry of walking around, and everyone has to think of that and be aware of their surroundings. But you're not recommending, you wrote this report, you're not recommending any change to our budget and our current contract.
And so just to kind of expand on that, this report was tied specifically to the Maxburg Park incidents. That's when this discussion came up about increasing resources. This report examines it from that lens. Do we increase police resources specific to a community, in this case Maxburg Park, but really by extension to any particular community? And my answer is an emphatic no, because then we create the haves and the have-nots, right? If and this came up tonight, right, where we kind of expanded this idea about police resource augmentation, if you will, that is something that, you know, you guys, just like we, are responsive to the needs of this community. So I can look at stats like number of calls per year or geographic size or population size that would typically help us determine, do we need more deputies on the street? And those stats might tell me, no, according to those, we're good. But as you guys are referencing, you're also responsive to the perception, which is reality. Okay, regardless of how you slice it. If someone feels scared, then they are scared, and we respect that, we understand it. And we're here to help try to mitigate those fears. And so in doing so, I know it puts you in a tricky position, because here I am saying that, you know, we shouldn't tie resources to one specific community, because as we know, crime trends change, and crime is transient. It might be at North Beach one day, and it might be in Talega the next. And we don't want to, you know, paint ourselves in a corner by applying resources to one specific area or problem or set of problems. A broader scope is really, should we increase police resources citywide to be deployed as needed? And as Public Safety Committee member Loeffler mentioned, there's a number of possible deployment options at our disposal that I think we could do to address that. Currently, I think if we go back to the Maxburg as an example, our efforts, coupled with the city's efforts, have been effective. Again, I'd remind the council that gang crime in that area has traditionally been cyclical and kind of seasonal, and we would expect a drop off at this time, but these efforts could only help. And since the second incident, which was August 7th, we've had a lot of calls for service there, which is fantastic. The neighborhood is calling in what they perceive as suspicious activity. We've had no significant events there, no violent crimes, no gang activity. Well, the primary call for service now is either like a loud music complaint, parking violations, the kind of things that you would expect from any neighborhood, really. Nothing significant to report. So that is good, and that's part of the reason why we would recommend, let's not try to increase police resources specific to this one incident, because it may be for no reason, right? The current measures that we have might be effective. We should give it some time to kind of gauge that and then decide. Plus, we like the ability to shift those resources as we are doing right now and focus more on Talega and some of the other areas that have experienced some of these burglaries. And this gives us the freedom to deploy our resources as needed based on crime trends or call volume.
So my comment, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, is that we already received all of this information from Captain Benfield, I think on an earlier email that I shared with you from September 9th, recommendations, and then now we have a staff report of recommendations. Those are what we should follow for now. This is not how we budget. We don't off the cuff go, yeah, we're just gonna add 2 deputies and we're gonna do this, or we're gonna add 4. We don't do that. We have a current contract, and even if we wanted to change anything now, then getting the bodies in will not happen until next year. So the budget time is when we do this in coordination with our safety committee, but really it has to come from the captain. And if we have a report that says we really shouldn't do it at this time. I'm not prepared to do that, and I ask you to please not make that motion to do that.
That's not really what my motion was. I said I'd like to get direction from the city to provide whatever resources, direction, or assistance that the chief of police services needs in his own expertise or opinion to accomplish the mission of ensuring that adequate resources are directed to particularly the Talega neighborhood, particularly Maxburg, or wherever there are current issues. Right now, I'm talking about Talega because we've had this string of burglaries and criminal activity, which is significantly more than has happened in the past. And so they get to make the operational call. I agree. I'm not relitigating the whole contract. I'm just saying whatever resources or direction or assistance you need from us, right, to get a task force out there or direct resources from outside of our area, if necessary, you have our support. That's my motion. It's just to do that.
So, all right, so but staff recommendation and what he's saying is just that we take no action, except so those are just comments. It's really not a
I want to take
motion.
action because I'm tired of not taking action. And
Well, what action would we take?
Well, the action is to provide the support, the latitude to take whatever actions may be appropriate given the changing circumstances, right? And so it's not.
And I just heard that's not how we do police work, and that's not how they do this. They do what they're doing. They're educating people. They've put 2 teams on this, and we wait and see what happens. We're doing a town hall very soon as far as notification.
I'm not.
It sounds like you're trying to make a motion for more staff, and that's what I'm responding to, because that's not what is before us. Okay.
It's just
I understand.
direction to take whatever action is necessary to get the resources up into Lega to make sure this stops. That's all I want to do. I don't think that's too much to ask. You know, I mean, we got families who are scared up there, right? I just don't want to sit on my hands and say, okay, I guess there's nothing we can do. I think people expect more than that.
People are scared. People are calling and emailing me and telling me they're scared.
Government is often not as nimble as it should be, and at the local level, we should be as nimble as possible. So I support the concept, I support the philosophy. We need to give Captain Benfield the most, whatever encouragement and direction we can. And this council gave some direction on Maxburg Park, and you guys were down there in spades and working it hard, and we let you know it's a priority. You already know it's a priority, but you know that the council's got your back, and we're with you, and we appreciate what you're doing. I do have a question of Captain, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Captain Benfield, at the Talega Town Hall that happened a few weeks ago, the investigator mentioned that part of the difficulty in the arrests that you have had on some of these burglars in other cities, he said there's a difficulty in identifying these people because they don't have ID, they're not known, they're new to the system, and they have to be fingerprinted and tracked, and maybe the next time you catch them, because you've got fingerprints on them, you can kind of begin to see who these individuals are. Are you seeing people involved in these crimes countywide, in these gangs that have a sophisticated pattern, an MO of how they operate? Are you seeing people that are not in our system that can't be identified? Is that a problem currently?
Well, I can speak on a more general term, because to get to your point, I don't know that since I've been here, since we've experienced this kind of uptick in these crimes, that we've made any arrests related to these burglaries. And I understand you're talking kind of countywide,
right,
but I can't really speak to the circumstances of those cases just because I don't know. Okay. But I can tell you it's incredibly common, no matter what type of crime it is, that we run across people who either give us false information about who they are, or we have to take them and do what we would call a Cal ID, where we fingerprint them, run that through the system, and wait for a return to find out who they really are. And in some cases, yeah, there's no record of these people. So it's common that we will arrest somebody under one name and date of birth, and the next time they get arrested, they give you a different name and date of
different
birth,
birth,
and the
yeah.
fingerprints might come back to the first arrest, but that doesn't mean that's their true identity. That's just
Right.
who we know them as, who we've put them in the system as.
Okay. I was just concerned that with our open borders and the philosophy that is prevalent at the federal level to simply say, not to recognize our border and open it up and encourage people, that's becoming a major source of the problem. That concerns me. I'm sure it concerns a lot of people.
Okay.
Mayor, I have some comments.
Yes,
I didn't get
please.
to Make any, thank you so much, Mayor James. Well, I don't have questions specifically for you. I'm just going to make some comments. But actually, I will thank you for sending the investigators, crime prevention, and Deputy Sergeant Carrillo to come to the Talega HOA meeting. As a resident, and homeowner there, I had suggested after meeting with you and some residents last month to have a community HOA meeting there, and it was very well attended at the school. But education, communication is just really key for hardening the target in people's homes, and they really did an excellent job communicating that. So thanks for getting on that and sending them. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, my
So-
apologies, I couldn't be there that night.
Oh, that's okay. They did an excellent job, so thank you. And I'm just going to make just a couple comments on that note. Neighborhood watches, excellent to hear from Susan, who spoke earlier, that the neighborhood watch is doing great there. I think you said 75 people turned out for that. So we used to have the most neighborhood watches out of all cities in Orange County years ago. There was over 300 of them. And crime prevention is so key to keep those going, mobilizing them, right? Otherwise, they fizzle. So they did a newsletter. We had a crime prevention team of 3 people. And in 2019, we added 1 crime prevention officer because they were all gone for 5 years. It was just, we had none. So that's really key to educating people, communicating. That's how word gets around. And we could help prevent this kind of, crime as well. People will be aware, right? Be reporting, calling 911 or the non-emergency number on a regular basis. So I can't stress communication enough. We have a city magazine, and we should bring back the news from City Hall. I know I've brought it up before here on council, but it's gone. It's just recreation programming. So we could include, it used to be about 5 or 6 pages of just called News from City Hall. It goes to every residence and every business in town. Great way to reach people and provide this information, right, and education that is really key. So hopefully we can consider doing that. If city manager maybe wants to look into that, if council's supportive, that would be great to bring that back. And just beefing up, enhancing those neighborhood watch groups as well. Because we hear at the Talega HOA meeting, some residents, just had found out about it from just friends, right? But I communicated to the HOA executive director that we have working there in Talega to please put that in their magazine. The Talega magazine goes to every homeowner and commercial business there, and to communicate that way that if you want to know what's going on, you need to opt in and give your email address to the HOA, because the law doesn't allow you to just add people's email addresses to receive information. So that's key. So Brian Taylor is going to put that in the magazine that goes out, so that'll be really helpful. So more people will even know about it. And it was great to see about a dozen people raise their hands that came from other neighborhoods that also had the similar burglaries, right? Rancho San Clemente, we had the homeowners there that were talking for a bit. Their homes were burglarized as well. So it's certainly happening other places. But that said, I just wanted to switch to a slide I just sent to the city clerk earlier, and if I could put that up. All of you probably have seen this slide. Longtime resident Justin McCarthy had prepared this slide based on his research, really showing that over the years, even despite San Clemente's growth that we've had, we haven't really kept up pace with deputies. And we added 2 in 2019. I know I really pressed hard for that. Council was supportive. We added 2. We're still the lowest of all coastal cities in Orange County and Los Angeles County. So I really believe we need to increase that. And some of his research showed that east of the I-5, we tend to not have as much activity, right? That's not where all the bars and the restaurants are. Of course, we're seeing a string of burglaries now, but that's not as common, so we could probably get away with 1.5 to 1.7 per thousand population there. But west of the I-5, where we have bars, restaurants, very high-density housing, right, apartments, a lot of, especially in the summer, parties, right, and vacationers and tourists, that we really need to have the 1 per 1,000. It's just a known number, as you know, in law enforcement that provides the best coverage possible. So maybe that's something that our staff could further research and look into and bring back to council sometime. But it's really important to note that even our beach activity, I think we have about 2.7 tourists a year, right? And that's a busy time for the law enforcement in the summertime. So I'm really an advocate for us to add more deputies at this time, even if it's 2, as Mr. Loeffler, our chair of our Public Safety Committee, had indicated, just to have more availability every day of the week to go to those hot spots, like we're enduring right now in Talega, like we were enduring a month or 2 ago in Maxburg Park. So I certainly support that. And I'm not sure if that was the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. Was that your motion to add 2
That
deputies?
I would certainly make that motion. Captain Benfield said he doesn't need 2 more deputies, so I'm gonna trust his position and advice on that. I don't know if I need a motion for what I'm trying to accomplish. And by the way, with our Public Safety Committee, they are going to be working on Neighborhood Watch, and I think that's a good place for it because the city needs to provide the initiation, and then the sheriff's deputies will jump in once we get it going. So I don't think I need to do a motion. I think we can give the city manager direction to provide support to Captain Benfield in whatever form that may be to accomplish the mission of getting the neighborhoods safer. And I think we have consensus. Do you agree,
I
City
absolutely
Manager?
agree with that.
Okay.
I think the council has been very clear. I understand, and I think it'll be helpful to us as we consider the tools and resources necessary as circumstances arise.
I think it's important to note, we will apply any resources we have to in this matter. However, we need to understand that our general fund expenditures is $81 million a year, of which $37.5 million is to public safety. Of that, $21.3 million is for the sheriff's department. So we have to, I want to secure the town, absolutely, and if we have to spend more money, we have to spend more money. But we have another item coming up in a moment in regards to our unfunded liability. And we've got to be very careful on how we spend that money. And I'm going to shout out to Captain Benfield now. We had a kind of an impromptu meeting last Friday in Talega, and Captain Benfield arrived, and he struck the right tone of...
And he came back from his vacation to do it.
He came back from his vacation to do it. The right tenor, the right tone, the right words. And I although we had a few ruffians there, I think the vast majority of those 65, 70 people were pleased with what they heard. And I owe that to Captain Benfield. Captain Benfield, I do have one question. We have, in the entire city of San Clemente, since you've been here, has there been what we would call a home invasion?
No.
Right. And I think that's people's number one fear, is a home invasion. Now, there may have been a burglary that they walked in not knowing people were there, but not a actual home invasion where there was going to be a takeover of your house. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else for Captain Benfield?
I think we're done with this. Just to put a fine point on it. To the extent we want to add more resources and funding to public safety and to the sheriff's department, which I think I would support. That probably is done, to Councilmember Ward's point, at the budgeting through the budgeting process. For now, whatever money, whatever resources we have available, I think the city manager has direction to provide that to you, Captain Benfield. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, you had a motion concerning a town hall meeting. I don't know that that vote was taken,
I don't-
or if there was a second.
Oh, yes, it was
I think we
voted on.
did.
Yeah, we voted
Yeah, you did
unanimously on it.
unanimous, yeah.
I blame the city attorney for whispering in my ear. Contrary.
Yeah, we dealt with it quickly. and-
My bad, I
All right,
apologize.
we're
You
good.
see, that's how smoothly I run a meeting. We have votes, no one even realizes it. Okay, city clerk.
Yes. Next item is a review of the view protection ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. The item before you is a review of view protection ordinances, specifically of the cities of Del Mar, Laguna Beach, Rancho Palos Verdes, and Tiburon, as requested by the City Council on September 6th, 2022. The report provides a little bit of background on things that the city has already considered related to view protection. Quickly, there was a height limitation that was adopted as a view protection ordinance in the Shore Cliffs neighborhood in the early, or in the mid-2000s. Additionally, the general plan update process in and around 2014 included some discussions of the General Plan Advisory Committee on potential view protections on private property. However, the general plan as adopted did not include any of those provisions. It only protected public view corridors and views from public places. The staff did review the ordinances as requested. Attachment 3 provides a matrix comparing those ordinances. And in addition to reviewing the ordinances, staff did communicate with members of community development staff from those cities to identify some additional information that was not, that's not readily available reading the ordinances. Most of the ordinances that were reviewed deal specifically with vegetation view blockages. The exceptions to that are the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, which does protect views from development. However, all of the ordinances only address views from non-residential development, or excuse me, from residential development. It does not protect views from commercial or mixed-use development. The cities of Del Mar and Laguna Beach are unique. They are known as providing protections for views. However, those are not a result of view protection ordinances. Those are a result of their zoning codes and their design review process. Essentially, they require review of all development. And as a part of the design review process, their design review boards are charged with reviewing projects related to how they could potentially impact views from other private properties. Additionally, attached to the staff report are the ordinances themselves. There are some informational guides, application packets, and things of that nature that do expand on that a little bit, and those are attached as well. For council's consideration, staff summarized some of the major impacts of adopting such ordinances, and with the largest being that these ordinances typically affect the development review process and the timely application review within the city. Specifically, they tend to increase the timeframe of the development review process. They can turn into large enforcement issues. And additionally, as I stated prior, these typically do not restrict or protect private views from new non-residential development. So I will conclude my staff presentation with that, and I'm available for any questions.
So a question I have is on the background, first paragraph, page 1, background. Measure I passed with 68.6% of the votes cast in favor of adopting an ordinance to limit building heights to protect views. What happened to Measure I?
Measure I was simply codified in our zoning ordinance, and while the ordinance was for the purpose of view protection, it doesn't actually provide any discretionary review to protect those views. What it does is it limited certain properties in the Shore Cliffs neighborhood to one-story development. And so they set a height limit that was generally identified as protecting views of residences that were behind them.
So it was limited to Shore Cliffs,
Yes.
was it not?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was a citywide referendum limited just to Shore Cliffs?
Right.
Yes.
I was on the council when that whole issue came up, and the entire community was single-story structures, and a bunch of people started building second stories, and views were impacted, and a lot of people got very upset, so there was sort of an offset of limiting the height and allowing the footprint of the building to get larger so that you'd have more space, but you wouldn't impact the negative view. It was a very, very emotional issue. People, we all love our views and want to protect them.
But that was I think that was our original housing track. So like Rancho San Clemente has that view protection built in to their CCNRs and all of that, which I think Shore Cliffs did not have that.
That's right.
So that was the problem.
As a matter of fact, I know of several situations in which a homeowner's had their view blocked from another HOA, yeah,
Another development?
another development, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Scott's aware of that one. Okay.
So Mayor, I would ask you, I think you brought this up, and I'm not sure what you're thinking on it. Staff?
You're
I
never
think-
sure what I'm thinking.
No, I'm not sure why you brought it up, but I will say that back when I was a first council member, about 2015 or so, Adam's nodding, we had an issue with trees, and they were city trees that were just planted, however, not really a plan, and were blocking a southeast neighborhood's view of the ocean. And we did something about that. We got more tree cutting and trimming and lacing and doing all that stuff. But we talked about it at the time, and it was quite a discussion. And I think I brought in Rancho Palos Verdes because they were looking at vegetation issues. But they had very specific goals of what they had to do and limits, where somebody from way high couldn't, like 4 miles away from a tree, say, I want that tree gone. It had to be so many feet from the property, and unfortunately, Public Works had to have staff there. And I'm not sure, but did I read in here that Palos Verdes has now taken away that program on the vegetation? There was something in here that a city had it, and then they stopped doing it. But I'm not sure if that's Rancho Palos Verdes.
Yes,
Yeah.
so. Yes, that is correct. Rancho Palos Verdes had essentially, to do with the additional work of reviewing development applications for view protection purposes, they essentially started a new committee, a design review committee, looking at that issue specifically. However, in communication with staff in that city, that became a bit unwieldy, and they decided to disband that committee and hire 2 new planners just to handle the additional workload of
So
reviewing.
2 actual city planners, just for that.
So-
That's a lot of dedication to that. And I actually, at the time, wanted to take this up, and the council did not.
The city has not been very proactive in this area. It concerns me a
For
little.
vegetation.
Yeah, for view, and so
Yeah.
it concerns me because I live on Del Mar in the Montego development, Rancho San Clemente, and the eucalyptus trees on Del Cerro were like 50, 60 feet high. And 20-some years ago, when I moved in, I had a spectacular ocean view, and in 20 years, I had lost about 20% of my ocean view. And I called the city, Tom Bonnick at the time was the Public Works Director, and said, gee, can you trim those? Can you do anything? I'll pay for it. Zero response. We cannot touch those trees. The arborists say if you touch the crown of a tree, you're going to kill it. You can't do it. And I gritted my teeth, and I was delighted when this council a
died.
year ago replaced all those trees, and I had to
They
recuse
died.
myself, but I was delighted. But I was very disappointed with the city's response at the time, so.
So what I would say, and what I want to say is, the general plan adopted in 2014, we talked about building and development and all of that and design ad nauseum, thousands of hours, 4 years of public process, certainly more than we're going to do on this tonight, or we could even do. It has more to do, the general plan, with new development, because San Clemente's built out and all of our development is infill, except for maybe the outlet mall that has a development deal, but it's infill development. And all of our design guidelines were already set and take into the neighborhood and make sure that things fit in. What we have to do, in my opinion, is follow the general plan. And when people wants to build denser or higher, we say something. You know, we stick to it, because the general plan, in my mind, was to give development certainty to developers and contractors so that they knew what our standards were, and for our residents, for the public, so that they knew what we would approve and what we would not approve. And there was some certainty to that. So what I saw in this is, it's really not going to do anything for us for new development, because that's really not happening very much. It's infill.
What I see is, I think your point you're making is, the protections are already essentially built into the general plan and our zoning ordinances. It's already really hard to get development going in our city, and this would probably slow it down even more.
And make it more expensive.
We think the protections are essentially in place enough, but we don't need new ordinances that would slow down potential smart development. I think that's where
what
I
I'm
come
thinking.
out on it.
As far as the general plan, but if the city wants to entertain, should we look at vegetation, maybe in the future? I would say not now. Our staffing, we do not have the staffing for this. We need city planners, and for all the reasons that we need city planners to do the general plan and do all the updates. But if you want to do that, let's punt this to something that the planning commission can study. Staff, you guys did an excellent job of all of the, more than we
Good
had
job,
back
Adam.
in 2015, way more. So that was great, but I think it was pretty clear that it's going to be really extensive and really expensive to do this, and we should just,
Well, not only that,
Punt it.
so this was my motion.
right, that's why I was asking, why you're
Yeah.
asking.
But as I read, and I know that surprises a lot of people. As I look and read at things, I have a concern that it becomes a property rights issue.
It definitely is.
And I have a concern that it's going to create litigation. I'd like to wave a wand and protect everyone's view. I mean, I bought a view, you bought a view, and
I've lost my view
you've lost your view.
from trees.
And there are no views from Talega. And
Limited.
At least from my house, you're right.
That's why I moved from Talega, because I wanted a view.
So I think it was a good discussion to have, and I agree with the receive and file on this.
You know, and just let me say one thing if I could. You know, the ocean's important. That's why we live here. We love it, and we love our views. And I think we need to be good neighbors. I had a big jacaranda tree in my front yard, and it began to impact my neighbor up above. And I was concerned about that, and I went up to his backyard and looked, and it was touching the blue water. And he didn't ask me, didn't offer to pay. I cut the top of the tree. The guy was out of his mind, happy. He brought me wine and said, "Thank you so much. You're such a great neighbor." You know, we recognize people all the time for doing special things in our community. Maybe we ought to recognize people that go out of their way to help their neighbors with views. I mean, it's important. It's important.
I think in the past, neighbors have tried to work it out, and certainly in my neighborhood, we do. We wish other people would do it,
Yeah.
but we cut ours. We don't have to, but we do.
Yeah.
So can I have a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion by Duncan, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Good report, Adam.
The next item relates to publication of closed session items.
Okay, yes, that would be me. At the last meeting, I had requested we agendize the closed session agenda, the publishing of titles and names of either claimants or plaintiffs that are known, and the topic, right? So instead of complying with the minimum of the law, which was to announce said topics, plaintiffs or claimants at the meeting and have the document available for people to read. By then, it's too late. It's too late for people at home to get to the meeting, right, and not plan in advance. When that agenda is published 72 hours in advance, in accordance with the Brown Act, to review the agenda, make plans, to be able to come to a meeting, which is, typically hard for some people to make who work during the week and have families, but they can plan on it and they can come and speak on that item. Because once it's just announced at the meeting and it's not published on the agenda, no one knows what those items are. We had an obscure one at the last meeting, which prompted me to bring this up regarding pickleball noise. And the person knew we knew who the person was, we knew what the topic was, everyone knows the matter and the issue, but it was announced at the meeting and then a document made available. So if it was on that agenda, perhaps neighbors who are affected by pickleball at San Gregorio Park would have been here to speak on the matter, but they weren't. So we had one individual here who comes to our meetings regularly, but there was no way of knowing in advance that item was that particular item on pickleball. So as I said at that meeting, the law, the government code, which guides us as elected officials in cities, is the floor, right, not the ceiling. We can strive to do better and more and be more transparent in our disclosure to the people. So that's why I brought this forth, and I'm looking forward to hearing what my council colleagues have to say about that and if we could do better in that regard. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate the item being brought up. I second it for discussion. I, quite frankly, was not familiar with Government Code Section 54956.9E, which gives actually quite a bit of detail on these things, which we really haven't been giving on our agenda. So as much as this code section suggests. So I guess I would just refer to ask the city attorney his thoughts on that section, and could we be doing more in our notifications for the public to cover those, or do you think it's being adequately covered now?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, there's an or, and I apologize, as this text went through your new Granicus filter, it lost some highlighting, but as you've indicated, there's an or here that allows the city to link documents relating to claims to the agenda itself, or to announce them prior to the closed session. There are pros and cons to each side. Talking too much about potential claims. On the one side, there are the arguments for transparency and more involvement in talking about your closed session and potential claims. On the other side is the idea that the more potential claimants you tell about potential claims, the more claims you'll have. So that's a tough choice and a balancing that's in the act that it allows you to strike. So those are the values on both sides of that. Whatever you do to close, we'd suggest that we put this policy in your council meeting policies so it's clear to everybody advancing an agenda item of this type that they have the detail and know which way the council would like to do it. So you eliminate that or from your local policy and prescribe only one approach.
So would we then, should we agendize that policy to discuss it? Or, because it would have, it's something, that's a bring back, is it not?
You could act on that tonight. There's very little ambiguity. We just go to your policy, and you could take that direction tonight, or ask it to be brought back so you can see it top to bottom in its new form. That's up to the council.
I mean, I think I'm in favor of this. I just need to see what an example would look like.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about it more. The Granicus is really tough because things that used to give us, or staff used to give us, that were boldly highlighted and had, so we're trying to get used to all this. So I really had to read through what you had, but the word "or" is important to me. It shall be stated on the agenda or announced and on advice of counsel. And I don't think we should take away the advice of counsel, that each and every time, it should be what the city attorney tells us, how it should be agendized. And that's what we're doing now. I don't think it should change. I don't agree that this was a last-minute item or we didn't tell someone about this. You know, we have other items where we've talked about things and they've been on the agenda. This is not what we've been doing. I think following the Brown Act, this is a section of the Brown Act, we're following it to the letter.
You know, I think we can do things differently. We don't have to always do things the way we've always done them. And I think this is a fair thing to look at. I'm not prepared to move on it this evening because I need to see what I need to see samples of what it's going to look like. But I think in theory, conceptually, I support this. Councilmember Ferguson, would you be okay if we punted this and have a staff report come back with what that report will, what the agenda will look like?
Would that be like, I'm sorry, what a sample would look like? I just wanted a clarification.
I'd like to see what it would look, you know, just an example of what it would look like.
Yeah, and it would be the closed session, like tonight is an example. And I'm fine with that, by the way, Mayor James. That sounds fine with me. But as an example tonight, the item B and A and B on closed session were very confusing, okay? Public employee performance evaluation, that's fine. The public employee appointment, which included legal services contract, was not. It should have spelled that out because we had already agendized that the last meeting. It was publicly known, it was on the record, it was stated it was going to be a closed session component and a public component. The closed session component happened tonight, but the title wasn't there. So those at home or reading our agenda said, I don't need to go to that if they wanted to speak to that. Secondly, the open session component of that was not on tonight, but it will come back at the next meeting on October 18th. But I'm fine, yeah, some examples, if this, whomever staff wants to put together maybe 2 or 3 examples of that,
Yeah.
along with the government code, so the public can know about it and comment, that'd be good.
And just one paragraph of a guideline of what it would look, you know, what it would look like.
Sure, that sounds good. For inclusion in the policy 1201-11, is that the policy would go in, Scott?
Yeah, that's where it would go. And-
1201-11?
And just to clarify, we're talking about documents relating to potential claims.
That's
and
exactly
we'd
right.
have the policy track your preference in regard to this statute.
I would like to give as much information as I could.
We'll bring that, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, pretty simple.
But we're not
So I
removing
think we
city
need to
attorney
agendize this.
discretion.
So if, I'll make a motion that we agendize it. And can I have support?
I'll
of
second.
Knobloch and Ferguson.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we did receive a late card from, there's no name on it for this item.
Okay.
Nobody in my neighborhood knew that pickleball was going to be discussed at your last council meeting. Where's the transparency that we get notice on these closed session items where it doesn't describe the issue so that we can come down here and discuss it? Believe it or not, I am not the only individual that has issues with pickleball noise. You have seen council meetings where they've been strung across the room with signs. Did anybody know this? No. So this whole closed session and transparency, how do we know you're going to talk about an issue that is pertinent to us? I don't understand that. So if that's an example, Mayor, that's an example. Nobody knew, nobody showed up. I'm here every time, so you didn't get rid of me, but you certainly didn't get the public input that you should have had. Thank you.
You think we're trying to get rid of them? I'm joking.
Well, you're not doing anything about it, so.
Okay. All right, City Clerk.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mayor James, I only heard a second on that motion, and I think we need 3 votes in order to do a report.
Knobloch and Ferguson.
Oh, I didn't hear Knobloch.
Yep.
Apologies. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Okay, the next item is item D. This is the section 115 pre-funding trust.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jake Ron, and I'm the Financial Services Officer for the City of San Clemente. Council requested at the August meeting for staff to bring back additional information on Section 115 trusts. The agenda report talks about the status of the 321 funding strategy and covers Section 115 trusts. The report provides more information on funding the Section 115 trust, which is the one portion of the 321 plan. The Section 115 trust information is in the report and includes benefits, funding, and options. The report includes the anticipated process with options, and an alternative for the Section 115 trust is identified in the report. With that, staff has included a recommendation and is available to address any questions that council might have.
Council members? Any cards on this? I assume there's not.
No.
Council members?
I have a quick
Yes,
question.
please.
Jake, we've already appropriated, we've already appropriated, that's the word, for $1 million to this, have we not?
Yes, there was an action, there was a one-time revenue source, and 1 million was appropriated. There was another action as part of the budget adoption to expand on that 1 million, and that was the one that council basically had a 2-2 vote on, I believe.
Okay, anyone
Say
else?
that again, on a 2-2 vote, it didn't happen.
I believe it was a 2-2
Right,
stalemate
so that
vote, so
it didn't
there was
happen.
no action on that
Right.
one.
So, and I think there was a request for you to come back to set up this trust. And that's what this
correct.
is tonight.
We basically are going through the options, and there would be further council action, but we're just confirming that we should be going out and doing the Section 115 trust. We would be looking for providers for the Section 115 trust and bringing that back to council at a later date. And again, the actions are listed in the report as to the steps in creating the Section 115 trust.
If I could comment on this,
Yeah, please.
James. We did cover this some months ago. My thinking is that I'd like to change direction a little bit on this. To invest $1 million in a trust in order to raise revenue from that $1 million investment, in order to take that income from the investment and pay down our pension fund, to me is not the right way to go. It's like having a $30,000 credit card bill and having $5,000 to pay that bill down and saying, I'm going to invest the $5,000 and put it in the bank account at 50 basis points if you can get it, and take that interest and pay it down. The smart person would simply take that $5,000, pay the 30 down, and get rid of that debt as soon as possible. To create the trust is expensive, it's time-consuming, it takes management time to manage it. My preference would be to take that $1 million and, like I recommended last time, even more from our general fund, from a portion of the unfunded employees. Take that $1 million and maybe more and pay down that pension fund directly.
I was going to say something very similar. Anyone else?
I like that idea, and finding revenue sources that, for instance, I know I mentioned this before, and I can't propose it again because it died, but parking revenue, for instance, we added parking meter time extension to unify all our parking times. You know I had suggested just identifying, right, targeting sources of revenue that we could use, that every year that gets applied to the unfunded pension debt. Now, that's just an example. I'm using that. I'm not proposing it. Like I said, it didn't pass. And then $1 million in property tax every year, just so staff knows to use those revenues as they come in. They're consistent. It's the only way we'll ever pay off the debt. Otherwise, just waiting until you find available sources of funding is just not going to do it quick enough. So I'm with you, Councilmember Noblock and Mayor James. It sounds like you're with.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
before you
Same
say
page.
what you're thinking, we discussed this already and took a council vote. We've discussed this multiple times in our budget workshop before we approved the budget.
I
This
believe-
is part of the approved budget.
I believe the last vote was 2-2 with Ms. Ferguson absent. And it was Mr. Knobloch and I voting to do this. So,
And I want to make one point.
yes.
Councilmember Knobloch also made a motion, or tried to talk to you about not funding our positions that are open, which we need to fund.
No, he's talking about the savings from those.
Correct,
The-
correct,
the-
correct.
The savings, we are in a new budget year. Those are allocated to be filled.
Okay.
And we are going through recruitments. We don't have savings from those right now. We're in a new budget year. You were talking about last year. But I want to talk about, really quick, this 3-2-1 plan was approved. We went with you on this. It was, you wanted to do it. We went with you.
I know I wanted
And
to do it.
what are we trying to change now? What are we trying to
Well, I
do?
think I'd just like to, before you get to the point, but like, we want to trust our financial professionals. This was part of a comprehensive plan. This was an integral part of it. I don't know why we turn away from it here. I would want to go
Because
with the
I
staff
think
expertise.
One of the reasons I think we changed how we're doing things or what we're going to do.
We
I
haven't, so
don't-
say what that is.
May I proceed?
Yep, but please explain it.
May I proceed?
Yeah,
I'm
go
trying
ahead.
to.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest of you all, but I've lost 22% of my savings of my wealth in just a few months. And you know what that translates to with the CalPERS? We owe $49 million right now, and it doesn't matter whether, well, it does matter, but right now, if we don't do anything with that $49 million, my guess is the next time we get an actuarial report from CalPERS, we're probably going to owe 15 or 20% more than what we owe today. This number is going to continue to grow. If we put it in a 115 trust, Mr. Ron, is it possible the 115 trust would actually lose money?
That would be possible. Again, it would be, and this kind of goes a little bit into the questions and answers. The direction or the investment strategy that could be selected would vary, and there could be a mix of either stocks or bonds, and depending on how those markets perform.
So why
there could
wouldn't
be
we
a-
just, in this market that's nothing short of a recession right now, why would we not just take the $1 million that we have and pay down that debt?
I have an idea why.
Why?
Well, you actually want to invest money when the market's lower, because that's when you actually get the growth. And remember, the reason for doing the 115 isn't just that you might get a better rate in like a separate fund. It's also because it allows the flexibility down the road to allocate the money as changing circumstances dictate, right? So next year or 5 years or whenever, we might see, ooh, now we realize if we just put a bunch of money into one of those many funds we have, right? I can't remember all the names, miscellaneous or whatever. Like, we can really get a benefit now, and we have the flexibility to do that because we have the 115 trust that allows us that flexibility. That's why, right? And so we have the choice to give direction to our financial expert to say, hey, okay, invest this wisely. Don't invest it in the riskiest, right? Invest it in something that's somewhat stable but has the potential to grow. Now's the time to invest because the market's down, and you always have to expect the market's going to come back at some point. Then you have the growth, and then you have the flexibility. Okay, we're going to use it this way, and this way, which you can't do under our present system. We just don't have that flexibility.
So you take the 3-2-1 and call it $6 million. So you call that $6 million, 3-2-1. And we owe almost $50 million. And I'm sure the next time the actuarials come out, we're going to owe more than $50 million. I'm guessing 15 to 20% more. How are we going, even using this, I'm still confused on how we're going to pay down this debt.
Well, we pay down like everybody pays down their debt, $1 at a time. And this is $1 million. And woulda, coulda, shoulda, we might get an investment, we might not. We know that $1 million off the bottom line is $1 million less.
Right.
And I got to say, I appreciate Councilwoman Ferguson's comments, and she made them at another meeting months ago, about specific items that we currently have budgeted where we know we're going to get increases in money. Real estate taxes increase every year, sales tax increase. She suggested parking. There are a number of revenue sources that we could capture without cutting back, but capturing the future growth and allocating those on a regular basis to knock down the other 40-some million. I just think, my life in 70 years of give and take with credit cards, mortgage debt, and all the financing cars and multiple credit cards, I found too late in life that the best mechanism is simply pay that sucker off with cash, get rid of it, the quicker the better, and get out of debt. And we have a huge debt, and I just think this is a small effort, but it's an effort in the right direction, in my opinion.
So Mayor, can I make one comment?
Yes.
We followed you on this. I'm going to say I followed you on this, and I agreed to the 3-2-1 plan. If the market is spooking you and you don't want to take this step at this time, that's all that's before us. The pension liability and all of that is not in this document. It is not in our staff report. I appreciate everyone that we talk about it and look at it, but in city government, we do things incrementally. That's how we budget. We do things incrementally, and staff came up with this plan, and we went with it. If we're not going to continue it, then,
I have to challenge.
let's stop it at this time, but renegotiating and talking about how we're going to change the budget and put money to something, that's not how we budget, and that's not what we do. We're only in October, the beginning of October. We just started our fiscal year. So let's punt this and think about it more, or get more from our staff, because I'm really not sure what we're trying to accomplish here.
So
I would just respond. I want to challenge several comments that have been made that says we agreed to this. We did not agree to this. We discussed the concept, and we said we'll consider it in the future. We never said we would do this program. This is the night
Then
when
what is
we're going to consider it.
3-2-1? We already committed $5 million
3-2-1 is
to
a
this.
concept. The trust concept was never agreed to. It was agreed that we would consider it in the future. It has never been approved. We've never created the trust. To say we agreed is wishful thinking. We didn't agree. We discussed the concept and said we liked the concept, but we never created the trust. We never funded it, and to this day, it's never been funded. My suggestion, and I'll make a motion, that we take the $1 million dedicated to this trust and put it toward pension reduction
I will correct
immediately.
you. An appropriation is actually putting money to something, and we voted on it June 7th, we appropriated $1 million to be contributed to a Section 115 trust. We, in fact,
To be
did vote for
created,
this.
and we can change that allocation anytime we want.
But you're saying we never voted on it. We did on June 7th. We did vote on it. That's my
We
objection
did-
to tonight.
We did not create a trust. We would decide that in the future. It was never done, and we have the power to change any allocation anytime a majority of this council wants to. The fund is there, and my motion is we take this $1 million and allocate it toward unfunded pension
So
liability.
I'll second that. Motion by Knobloch, second by James. All in favor?
And I'm a no.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
We don't budget like this.
Can
That's not
can
how
I
we do it.
continue? Can I continue?
Yep.
I heard two male voices.
Right, so James, Ferguson, and Knobloch are yes. Ward and Duncan are no.
Thank you.
So, Jake, you're gonna have to come back and give us a white paper on what this does. I would request that.
Well, what we can do is, we can bring it back, what we can do is bring it back with the LTFP, unless council wants to act before that date and go through. We'll have a better idea. Again, the June 30th, 2021 actuarial numbers will be out from CalPERS, and we'll be able to give a more thorough response or information on the existing funding levels of plans.
What's the timing on the long-term financial plan review? Is that
Typically,
coming
we
up?
would bring it back to council around February
February.
timeframe.
Is that
Very
what
good.
you're recommending, Ms. Ward? Because you can't just direct staff on your own to do a white
No,
paper?
I'm not. I just asked for a white paper.
Well,
if
that's
it's-
directing staff, so.
No, a
we
white
need to
paper,
vote.
a white paper's,
It's work?
it's
So,
pretty much just telling us what he
so
just said.
I will support you in that.
Perfect.
Do I have a third?
Third.
Third,
Yep.
okay.
Just an update.
So Ward, James, and no block. Thank you. City Clerk.
The next item is a letter of support to the California Coastal Commission for the South Coast Water District DOHENey Desalination Project, and we do have one speaker card. Rick Shintaku, General Manager of South Coast Water District.
Yeah. Dave Riebensdorf. Put on. Dave Riebensdorf, Utilities Director. This evening before the council, this item is pursuant to a request from South Coast Water District to the city and neighboring agencies for a letter of support at the October 13th California Coastal Commission hearing supporting their project as part of the DOHENey desal project. The project is proposed as a 5 million gallon per day facility, and the Coastal Commission staff is recommending approval of the project. This evening is not necessarily for the city staff to discuss whether or not the city is interested in participating in the project. Staff will be coming back at a future date and is working with South Coast Water District to look at financial opportunities and potential impacts to ratepayers. Tonight's question is whether or not the City Council will provide a letter of support for a local water supply project that may benefit South Coast Water District, the city, and neighboring agencies. So with that, I'll answer any questions, and Rick Shintaku, General Manager with South Coast Water District, is also available for questions. Thank you.
Mayor, will you entertain a motion?
I think,
It's
Well,
not a
did we get a
presentation.
speaker card?
It's
Yeah,
just
if we got a
letter.
speaker card, we should hear the speaker.
yeah, we should, yeah.
Oh. I didn't hear a speaker card.
Yeah, that's, I'm sorry, I was trying to get him to come up, but then.
No, I apologize. It's Rick Shintaku, General Manager, South Coast Water District. I did want to just speak if there was any questions about this topic, but I do want to thank this council for your willingness to learn about our project. I mean, it takes a lot of work to learn about a desalination project, and like Mr. Riebensdorf had indicated, this is merely a letter of support. This is not a letter of partnership. And a number of nearby agencies have completed this letter of support to the Coastal Commission, and it's mainly for supporting a local resources project. We all know it's no secret in South Orange County. We're challenged with water reliability issues, so whenever there's a local project that could help us in the region by helping an agency like this project, there is a tendency to put in letters of support for that project. So we were fortunate enough to recently receive letters of support from the City of Laguna Beach County Water District, San Juan Capistrano just earlier tonight, where I was at that City Council meeting, Mesa Water District, Eastern Municipal Inland agencies have been putting in these letters of support. Inland Empire Utilities Agency, MODOC, and more have already done this. And tomorrow night, I'll be at the Santa Margarita Water District where they will be considering a letter of support as well. So just wanted to round out that context.
I'll make a motion if it's appropriate to.
I have a couple
Oh,
questions.
go right ahead. I have no
Yeah.
questions.
So, I went to Poseidon yesterday, and that was fascinating. And thank you, Mr. Riebensdorf, for being my chaperone there. As I understand your project versus the Poseidon project that was in Huntington Beach, that you have a higher degree of, a better chance, I should say, of getting this through the Coastal Commission based on at least two things, and if there's more, let me know. Number one, you're drawing water from a subterranean source that's below the surface.
That's correct.
And number two, and that precludes the killing of millions of microorganisms a day. Is that correct?
That's correct. It protects marine life. It's fully submerged technology.
Fully submerged. And then the other thing is that you're blending your brine, your discharge, with treated sewer water, for lack of a better word, treated water, I should say. And it's how far out?
It's 2 miles out
2 miles
through
out.
a diffuser, yes. And
And so with that, I mean, I'm sure this is going to pass tonight. With that, do you have a high degree of confidence that you're going to get past Coastal Commission on this?
Well, it's a good question, and it's something that everybody has to do their project for their own reason. So I never want to speak ill about another project. We've been fortunate that we have the right geology right off DOHENEY State Park, and that allows us to use that slant well technology. Commingling the brine is another benefit, and we're lucky enough the outfall runs right through our property out there at 30 acres, what we call 30 acres. So that allows us to check those two boxes, and being a nonprofit municipal utility, I think that also sets us in a different light from other projects like that. In terms of our confidence, we have to check all the right boxes in this process. So it's certainly not an easy process. If you look at the staff report that did come out, there are conditions that are being associated with it. So it's certainly not a slam dunk, if you will. This is definitely a process that we need to go through. And we'll see what the result is next week. On October 13th, we'll find out more.
Very good. So I have two other questions. What are those questions? So you would form a JPA. You wouldn't operate this within your water district. Is that correct?
That's one major method, or one primary method of partnership, and we call it a capacity interest. So if we were South Coast is interested in 2 million gallons per day of capacity, say San Clemente was interested in 2 million gallons per day, and say another entity was interested in the 1, then we're fully subscribed for the 5 MGD, and we could be equal partners, as you say, a JPA concept or a capacity ownership. Another way to do it is South Coast take the lead and enter, for example, the city of San Clemente or other cities could enter into water purchase agreements with us. Very similar how people enter into power purchase agreements with an electrical or energy project. So there are different ways to do it. I know that would be the next step. If we do have interested parties, that is one of the major items that we need to negotiate our way through and come up with a method that's going to be equitable or beneficial to both parties moving forward.
And I have one concern, and it's a good concern for you. My concern is it a big enough plant? Can you? I look.
Is it going to make a difference?
It's going to make a difference, exactly. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and our board vetted through this quite a bit, and I'm going to shorten the story. Well, they decided that a 2-phased approach is much better. So the first phase is for this 5 MGD project, and one of the major reasons is you wouldn't need to build additional electrical infrastructure. You have the 3 megawatts that you need there. So, and there's a lot of other things that you wouldn't need to build. You could prove out the technologies that are fairly innovative there, and you could learn before you drill more slant wells or add to the project, and at the same time find additional subscribers. So our board chose to do this as the first phase. We did a programmatic EIR for the 15 MGD, so 3 times the size of this that it could eventually become. And then we took another step and did an ocean water augmentation study, so a fancy word of combining a direct potable reuse recycled project and an ocean water augmentation project from the effluent from JB Latham, wastewater effluent. So in essence, you could eventually build a 20 million gallon per day facility. And now that's not small potatoes at that point.
Right.
And that's something a regional agency might be interested, or a larger JPA may be interested.
And then I have one final concern. So right now, Mr. Riebensdorf will correct me if I'm wrong. Right now, we pay $1,200 per acre foot from Metropolitan. Is that correct?
Roughly, about $1,150, $1,200 in January.
So Poseidon tells us their treated water is $3,000 an acre foot. Is that what you anticipate, something like that?
So we've been very fortunate. Poseidon, you're talking about Carlsbad.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Poseidon, Carlsbad.
they really wanted to ensure they had reliability for their entire service area out in the San Diego County Water Authority. So they had to transport that water a very long distance and utilize extreme pump station facilities to do that as well.
This is going from Carlsbad to San Marcos?
Correct. We don't. We bring the water to our site. The regional transmission line actually crosses our site, so that's where we dump it. We don't need, or that's where we put the water into those facilities. So we don't have to build any real transmission facilities. So we save money there. We've also been very fortunate in receiving $32.4 million in grant funding, and are looking to maximize that at $40 million coming up with this new application process. We, as a municipal agency, are eligible for low-interest loans, so we've already qualified for WIFIA. We feel like we're going to qualify for a state revolving fund loan as well, and that process you apply after permitting is done. And we're also eligible for the Metropolitan LRP subsidy, so that cuts your operational costs by a lot, nearly $500 an acre-foot rebate, basically, is what you're getting on that water for 15 years. So with all of that combined, that's brought the unit cost down quite a bit. So it's roughly $300 per acre-foot more than Metropolitan right now. And that's why if we build this larger facility, the 5 MGD project, and if South Coast takes 2 MGD, the average rate impact to our average homeowner would be $2.38 per month. And that's where our board wanted to get, in that range of about $5 or so per month, where it wouldn't be a huge impact on our ratepayers. And that's why we're going down this process of looking for partners. If we did it alone, we're looking at $7 per month to an average homeowner.
You know, I'm sorry to put you through the third degree, but I understand it more than the time today I understand the project more than when you were here before, so that's why I had some specific questions. So thank you, sir.
Oh, no problem.
Council members, any?
No.
Mr. Knobloch, you want to make?
Yes, I would make a motion that the city council authorize the mayor to sign a letter in support of the California Coastal Commission for the South Coast Water District DOHENEY desalination project. And the letter is attached in the agenda.
Is there a second?
For us.
Second.
Second. Motion by Knobloch, second by Ferguson. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously.
Oral Communications Part 2, we have 2 cards. The first will be Rick Leffler, followed by Concerned Resident.
Kind of walking that far. Okay.
Are you okay?
We don't have a fireman here anymore. And I don't think Tony was around for his first aid class, so I'm going to have to get through this myself. Okay, first of all, just to clarify, when I was up here talking before and talking about a strategy for funding, I vehemently agree with Councilwoman Ferguson on her thoughts about, more police officers. But I wasn't trying to say spend it today, but when you decide to spend it, I was just trying to give you a strategy and wanted to put that seed in you, because I might get hit by a bus tomorrow, and I know Gene James won't remember what I said in 6 months. So maybe if I'm around, maybe
6 minutes.
Ms. Ferguson and I, we can both be up here reminding them about that. That'll be great. So the other thing is, a really important thing is, we got the carnival coming up here. Carnival, I know, I'm not addressing, I'm just showing a visual aid here that isn't up. And we got Ferris wheels, we got bumper cars, we got all this is put on by the Friends of San Clemente. It's our biggest fundraiser. We give all the money back to Parks and Recs for their programs. It's going to be October 13th through 16th. And the last stack of discount tickets has been delivered to the aquatic park. And you can get those, they're 40% off, so get those because they're almost gone. And if, take your grandkids, well, you got kids, grandkids, and if you don't have any grandkids to take, you can take mine and, you know, put them on that Ferris wheel. It's mirth and merriment for everybody. I never noticed on this poster before, it's kind of interesting, is there's two clowns carrying a drum, and the City of San Clemente seal is in the middle of that drum. So you can make your own personal jokes about that. I didn't design the poster, but it is kind of humorous. Other thing is we're sponsoring, Friends of San Clemente is sponsoring the Monster Dash first 5K this year, which is going to be on October 29th from 7 a.m. to 11. You can sign up down at the Parks and Recs at the Community Center. I think it's going to be, I don't see it here, but I think it's like $25 and you get a t-shirt and all kinds of goodies, and it looks like you can dress up like a banana and run. It looks pretty interesting. But anyway, that's something else, everybody, I hope you participate in. Last thing real quick is I was coming up the street Monday, and I saw Officer Bruno, motor officer, had a Suron bike stop, and I know that bike was taken from that person. I'll give you a little update. It seems like since we've been cracking down on the Surons and taking them, we've seen e-bike safety, I think Captain Benfield can verify, it seems like it's gotten a lot better. A lot more kids wearing their helmets. Seems like the Surons kind of maybe got everybody fired up, and the other kids kind of joined in. And since the Surons have been getting off the street, I think we've seen a lot more people complying with e-bike safety. Still have to do a lot of work with it to keep it safe, but anyway, it's maybe a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hadn't planned on taking any of your time today, but listening to Mr. James so eloquently and passionately talk about how it's your responsibility to see to the safety and welfare of the residents. It got me to thinking, does that only apply to criminal activity? What about the welfare and safety issues of pedestrians and residents in Short Cliffs? It's not due to criminal activity. It's due to the staffing of allowing overflow usage of San Gorgonio Park, where residents have to walk in the street. Pedestrians and families have to walk in the street. I was hoping Mr. Kroger was still here because he still tells me that there is a sidewalk for pedestrians to walk in, and I don't know why they're walking in the middle of the street. I can't find the sidewalk. I've asked him to come and take me for a walk. Anyway, I would love to be able to bring positivity to the DS, but until my quality of life is no longer negatively affected because of your actions or lack of them, I don't see that happening. Last Saturday, once again, the city created overflow from San Gorgonio Park due to scheduling. It was so extreme last Saturday that Via San Jacinto, sorry if you're all on your phone, I guess I'm boring you all up there, and Cali Vista Torito were also negatively impacted. So why won't staff just follow the master plan? It has guidelines for park usage and the effects that it has on the residents in the area. Also, what happened to the city's promise that there would be a maximum of 3 days a year that San Gorgonio would be negatively impacted? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adjourn.
That's all the cards.
That's all the cards.
Will you entertain a motion, or do you want to make it?
Oh, I was pulling it. If you have it,
I do.
please. Okay.
I move that we adjourn.
Excuse me, but before you do, just wanted to bring closure on the resignation of the city clerk and city treasurer. Did you want that to be agendized for the next meeting? Where did we leave that? Because there is there's a 60-day, and we're already into that.
Well, let's agendize it for the next meeting.
With,
And
I
then,
Would you like a
think,
staff-
recommendations of how we need to proceed to fill those.
I can explain the options. They'll basically be the same as in the email that I sent you, but I could put it in the form
so
of
James, Ward,
staff
one
report.
more, and
James
Duncan.
Ward and.
Duncan.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Please proceed.
I move that we adjourn to the next regular city council meeting scheduled to take place on October 18th, 2022. Part 1 of the regular business meeting will commence at 5:00 PM and closed session will begin at 6:00 PM. Part 2 of the business meeting will commence at 7:00 PM. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion by Ward, second by James. Unanimous.